call our budget hearings to order. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First thing, as far as our agenda is concerned, is we need to go through our ordinances on first reading. And so, Doug, if you'd be willing to kind of introduce each one of those, and then we'll move on through all of those and go from there. I think we'll have to do roll call on each one of those, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I think that's how we've done it, but I think that's how we've done it. I mean, technically, I think all you have to do is have it introduced under the statute, but we've always just done roll call votes. If it ever becomes a problem, then we can take a look at it there. These are the same ones you've done every year. Salary, I mean, it's just to get them in place so you can amend them if you need to. Salary ordinance, looks like 17, 18 is the budget. And then you've got these taxing districts that you've got some supervisory authority over. And then the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund. Do you have anything else after that?
Okay. All right. I will take a motion to, do we probably need to do those individually, I would assume? Okay. I'll take a motion if somebody's ready.
I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-17-CL.
I'll second it.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilwoman Dolam to approve ordinance 2023-17-CL on first reading. Roll call.
Underwood.
Aye.
Hamilton. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Dolam.
Aye.
Murray.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
And Vernon.
Aye.
Okay, that ordinance passes on first reading.
Okay. 23-18.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-18-CL.
Second that.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilwoman Dolam to approve ordinance 2023-18-CL. Roll call.
Underwood.
Aye.
Hamilton. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Dolam.
Aye.
Murray.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
Vernon.
Aye.
Okay, that ordinance as well passes on first reading.
And Solid Waste District.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-19-CL.
I second that.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilwoman Dolam to approve ordinance 2023-19-CL for Solid Waste District.
Underwood.
Aye.
Hamilton. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Dolam.
Aye.
Murray.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
Vernon.
Aye.
That ordinance passes on first reading.
And then ordinance 2023-20.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-20-CL.
I second that.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilwoman Dolam to approve ordinance number 2023-20-CL for Little Weal Conservancy.
Underwood.
Aye.
Hamilton. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Dolam.
Aye.
Murray.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
And Vernon.
Aye.
Ordinance 20 passes on first reading.
And the last one, 21.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2023-21-CL.
Second that.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilwoman Dolam to approve ordinance number 2023-21-CL for Recorder's Perpetuation Fund.
Underwood.
Aye.
Hamilton. Aye. Basham.
Aye.
Dolam.
Aye.
Murray.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
Vernon.
Aye.
Last ordinance passes on first reading as well.
Okay. Just to kind of give an overview, we're going to go over the revenue portions first, then go through our lit public safety recommendations, and then on into the actual general fund budgets from there. So any public comment, we've got to do that out of the gate about anything related to our budget this morning. If not, we will move on into the revenue portion.
Okay. Did you want me to talk about property tax and the levy and whatnot to start us off?
Yes, please.
I know that that's usually how we would get started in the past. And just talking in some general terms, what was advertised was that we anticipated when we were first looking at certified value or certifying values that they were going to come in about 18% over last year, which is quite a jump. Now, as time has progressed since the budget book was produced, it's getting closer. It's looking more like 10 to 12%, which is still a good increase over last year, considering we had about a 10% increase last year as well. So assessed values are up. This would tend to increase the revenue to the rate-driven funds, such as Cume Bridge and Cume Cap Development, and drive down the general funds portion of the property tax levy. So we have a little bit of wiggle room with what the original estimates looked like compared to a 12% increase in AV instead of 18. I did advertise the budgets higher than what they are in your budget book, and that is because I know we tend to move back and forth. Maybe you shift positions from fund to fund, that you're going to have some discussion about the public safety fund, and so anyway, just wanted to let you know about advertising high on those ends so that you had flexibility in moving budgets between funds. So for the general fund, again, these levies are budgeted a little bit high. They are around 18% for these other funds, and then general fund is a little bit lower, about a 5% increase instead of 18. So when we actually start looking at these numbers here, then you'll see where the levy could increase or decrease, and I've made notes. So my spreadsheet's a little bit different. I have the approved column over here, and this is where I'll make changes. I have a revised column, which is where if I've met with some of you with, in your meetings, I've made notes, or I've made notes on my own, because again, things have changed since the budget book was produced over a month ago. So I guess if we want to go ahead and get into this, you have in the past looked at what DLGF requires of you to pass a budget, and based on the revenue increases that we've seen this year, that's really irrelevant. There's nothing that you would need to do to make that approved by the DLGF. You wouldn't have to make any significant cuts or anything. But if we look at our gap where we have typically looked at what makes the budget balanced compared to our revenue projection, we're starting out with a $60 million projection, and your budget for the general fund is sitting at almost $66 million. So that would tell you you've got to cut close to $6 million. But also in the past, we've addressed the fact that we don't necessarily spend 100% of the budget. So if you wanted to continue with that theory, I'm suggesting maybe you meet 96% of the budget there, and you would have to cut or close the gap of about $3.2 million. This column here will adjust as we make our cuts. I've already made a couple of changes based on the fact that there were some Social Security and retirement calculations that weren't correct, and I forgot a new position. So it's still pretty close, but that's really where we're starting from. So as you make changes, those will adjust as well.
Lisa, did you have a question?
So would it be helpful to see the difference between the 5.9 and the 96% number? Like assuming we do the 96%, what's the difference between the E7 versus E14?
And that will change as well as we...
But I mean, would it be helpful to have a little cell that says what that
Yep,
is?
yep.
Okay, that's another way of looking at it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no, I want the opposite, though.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry, what?
I want, what's 5.9 minus 3.2?
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
2.7, but
Gotcha.
it's going to change over time, right, as we, because that's, assuming we do the 96%, which we've always done, that's really the gap we have to close.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It shows the percent as we decrease, or as we, will the percent show up in a different area?
Gosh darn it.
He's talking American numbers,
Well,
percentages.
I can figure that in, yeah.
So you're wanting to know a percentage of budget,
Well, we're
John,
trying
or?
to achieve a percentage, and then we're trying to achieve a number, which it's visible there to us. It's kind of neat to see the percentages. We attain that percentage.
An ongoing percentage, as we make cuts to where we're at.
Okay. Not sure I'm following
Yeah, I'm
that,
not
but.
quite sure either.
I don't think that does it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are you wanting to know, once we cut something, what percent of what we need to cut that did? I guess I'm not quite
Over the
following
years,
what you're
over the years,
wanting.
About every 2 or 3 hours, or how long we spend here, we get an update of what percent we're at, what we are. And I thought maybe as we made those cuts, it would also show the percent that we're achieving.
Like a running total.
Difficult, but good.
I think this will do that.
Yeah,
We'll see how it goes.
yeah. Okay. Other thoughts? Council comfortable with the 96, especially knowing that we're hopefully gearing ourselves so that we'll see some further retention of our employee numbers as we move on into 24 versus where we've been. Okay. All right. Do we want to move on into the rest of the revenue estimates?
Yes, so the first one I had was for the property tax. If, with the rate that or the AV that we're looking at, I think we can change this to 3716. And then as far as the lit numbers, we did get those in time, and so that 12,167 can be this number here, so. And then that also changes what we've got for financial institutions, license excise, and CVIT, so I had new numbers for those, which are down a little bit, but not too much. And then these are reimbursements. This section is reimbursements that we get back from either the state or local. The biggest change here is we don't have a municipal election next year, so we don't have anything in that row for reimbursement back from the cities. I don't know if anyone had any feedback from departments on those. And then the permitting section.
Ben, did we have any numbers updated on, yeah, those were on down in the license and permits.
And that's where we are.
Yeah.
So like, Which number? Which,
Was it 0420? Am I
Okay.
looking correctly? Check my notes, been against yours, but we were going to add 25,000 to the 420 to bring that to 455. And I'm not sure if it'll have any impact, but it would obviously impact our cash balance, but add 35,000 to the 406,500 for the 23 budget.
For which line?
For the column D on the 420 line, instead of the 406,500, it's actually going to be 35,000 higher than that.
Okay. And I'll do that one offline. Anything that we change for 23,
Right.
I'll adjust.
Anything else note-wise that you had been on the revenue side?
No, that was it.
Okay.
The villa, I think, I had a note here that we could increase the villa 5,000.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I hadn't flipped the page. I apologize.
I think Kaylee and I looked at this one, or no, that was something different. But I think this one could go up 20,000. Up to 20,000. Oops. Anything else?
Anyone else have notes of any of the other income lines that they discussed with departments? Okay.
See, that's where it's changing there.
Right. So it's brought it down to 2.8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else on the revenue? Anyone ready to work on? If not, we're ready to go into the lit public safety recommendations. Figured we'd tackle the gorilla right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Get that one over with, because I know that there'll be probably a lot of discussion related to that, and that's obviously going to have a big impact on the rest of the budget. So Jody, if you want
Yes.
to help highlight some of the,
Sure. First of all, I want to, thank everybody. This took a lot of time, a lot of serious discussions. The departments were involved in it. Personnel committee was involved with it. Sadie was involved with it, as well as the lit committee. So thank you to everybody to take the time and have serious discussions about what we can do, because there are some challenges we're having, obviously, in public safety, and we want to make sure we do our best to try to tackle some of those. So thank you. The recommendations kind of talk about overall recommendations. One of the things that was brought up is, is this a time that we need to consider increasing the lit rate? And we've all come to the conclusion it is not the time to do that. With some other things going on, it's just not the time to to really look at that. It's maybe something we would look at in the future, but for this year, we are not going to. Some of the recommendations, and there's kind of been two different, and most of you may have received some of the recommendations. So there's two different things that we're doing on the recommendations. So we talked about setting aside $1 million to reserve for bricks and mortar. So that's one of the recommendations. There's some things that's going to be coming down the pipeline we want to be prepared for, and we need to look at having that sum of money and continue adding to that so that we're prepared in the future, anything we may need to do in regards to bricks and mortar. Another recommendation is 8% increase for the poll classifications. This will affect 161 positions, and we have an estimated total cost of what this will do to our budget, around $283,000 for that. Talking about the polls, also reclassification of poll 2 to poll 3 for the jail deputies, which affects about 55 positions. That estimated cost would be $229,300. Another recommendation, and I don't know if we want to talk about these as we go, or just, you want me to just talk about the entire recommendation?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do that, and then we'll
Go
plug
back
in
in
as we
piece.
need to.
Okay. The next thing is a retention plan. So we're finding that our attorneys and the prosecutors, as well as the PDs, it's hard to, it's been a struggle to get people to sign on as employment with us, as well as retaining them. So we've come up with a retention plan, both for prosecuting attorneys and public defender attorneys. After 2 years of service, full-time attorneys will receive a stipend each 6 months for years 1 and 2, and $1,500 each 6 months for year 3. So it would not exceed $7,000 for those employees. Regular part-time attorneys may receive the stipend at 50%. This will apply to new and existing attorneys, but something on the new attorneys, we're also including sign-on bonus of $3,500 for the new attorneys. But with those new attorneys, the stipend I'm recommending the stipend change a little bit, where you're not doing the sign-in bonus and then you're giving the retention each year, right? So you start off the $3,500 sign-on bonus, and then after year 3 or year 4, whatever we decide, you give the additional $3,500. Does that make sense? Everybody clear? Okay. All right. So right now, the retention side of things, it does affect 59 positions, and the total is around $115,000. On the sign-on bonus, it looks like we're estimating on the prosecutor side 2 to 3 attorneys each year. I would assume it's the same for the public defenders. So that difference would probably be, what's that? Just came up, what's 30? Hold on. About 21,000, yeah. So we would add additional 21,000 for that. And that was recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
It would, after their first full year of service.
So for those already employed, yeah, it'd be after the first calendar year.
Yes.
And then, so the sign-on bonus for that first year, they're really receiving 2 bonuses.
No.
No.
So they're receiving
Yeah.
a sign-on bonus of the $3,500, but then they don't get an additional retention until after their year, or their what was it, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Because they're, to get the bonus, they're signing on saying they're going to be here for that period of time.
Yeah, so their contract will state that they're required to be here for 3 years. If they take this sign-in.
Sign-on.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
Okay, and that's,
After they
and
sign.
then there's a plan
After they
for
sign.
clawback if they don't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there'll be, yes, exactly. That'll be in the contract.
Is the sign-on bonus just for college hires, or is it for any new hire?
I'm going to refer to Sadie on that
Okay.
one, only because, the law's in place, so,
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can
I think
differentiate.
Doug and I spoke on that just a hair, and there wasn't much of a concern to do it for just college students. Is that correct, Doug?
Yeah, I don't see, I mean, I don't know what the policy considerations are, but legally, I don't think there's a problem with offering it to somebody with a degree or a new college graduate, or however you plan on structuring it.
So what about the folks that are being hired that have not passed the bar yet? Would they be eligible for that?
I think that's part of the discussion.
Okay.
That hasn't been determined.
And then the other thing I would caution, like on various boards, make sure we, unfortunately, consensus have not worked very well. We tried to vote against before it was 50-something. So I would suggest that we track, make sure that it is truly impacting turnover in those two areas.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I do have a few more recommendations that I forgot to
Sure,
mention.
okay,
Okay.
yep.
There's also an additional annual stipend of $4,500 for corporals. Due to the reclassification of the jail deputies, we needed to do that. That would affect 4 positions and a total amount of $21,400. And then also a stipend of $3,000 for communications officers, so the dispatchers, which affects 18 positions, and the estimated cost is $64,200. And when it comes to these stipends and such, our view, or our recommendation is reviewing everything after 3 years and see, is it working, is it not working, do we need to adjust? Doesn't mean we can't continue to review it every year, but really that 3-year mark is where I think we will start seeing if there's been much of an impact. Okay.
Jason?
Where do my corrections officers fall in this?
All the polls.
Yeah, they would be all the poll positions.
Are they going to jump to a full 3 then?
They will jump to a poll.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, that's just the jail deputies.
Okay. Discussion from council on the recommendations. Do we want to plug those numbers in? Do we want to modify? Go with the recommendations? Kathy?
Yeah, just to address Commissioner Mertol's comments in regard to the retention and sign-up bonuses. Reviewing this, I think, every 3 years, but also the recommendation is that as people leave, that exit interviews going to personnel to Sadie to find out. So we can continue to track that, even, 6 months, a year, whatever, when people are terminated.
And all this is for the lit safety fund, right? All this money is going to come out of lit, right?
Yes.
No.
Public safety lit.
No, not
No.
all of it.
Not all of it.
Okay, so that's what I don't understand. Explain, is some of
Okay.
it's coming out of, we're going to look at that.
Because
Okay.
we have some positions that are listed here that are in the lit public safety fund and some that are in the general fund.
It's wherever the position is funded from.
Right.
It's that much additional to wherever they come.
So that's why it will have an impact on the general fund. It won't be strictly on the lit public safety fund.
That's not what this is, Lisa, up on the screen. No, sorry,
Yeah.
I just was trying to show the
The quantities
quantifying
of
the
each of the recommendations.
different recommendations.
So if we're okay with the recommendations as they're presented, then Jennifer could go ahead and fold those into the budgets as where they belong, and then that will give us a better picture of where that puts us in terms of the general fund specifically, because
Right.
that's where we're going to start going through department by department and trying to get a handle on where we're really going to need to be landing on our final budget number.
So
And
the
then-
current budget includes these, the 5% across the board, and then the probation state schedule, and then the new positions. But you would be adding $712,900 to these line items as we go through.
And then that's just the personnel side. So the committee also talked about the vehicles, machinery, equipment, the capital. We're recommending that those capital things go through the way the other additional capitals go through. So it would be the cumulative capital development fund or economic development fund too. So it would be taking all that out of lit and be more personnel on the lit side fund.
Just to clarify, the group of employees that's the recommendation to go to 8% would not get 8% plus 5%, right? It'd be a flat 8, so there wouldn't be a 13.
No.
Just to clarify
Correct.
that.
Yeah, so it'd be 8% instead of the 5 that's
Okay.
recommended for all other employees.
All right, and
that would
then
be all poll.
was the comment by Commissioner Murtaugh regarding passing the bar or not, has that been addressed, or?
No, it hasn't.
In fact, that question was never even asked, so that's one that needs to be probably
Okay.
discussed.
Okay.
Probably would be as much to do with input from Pat and Amy on what they thought would probably be appropriate.
And the reason that we looked at that stipend was for, or signing bonuses for people who are moving up here, college grads, trying to get an apartment and the cost of living.
Correct, yeah.
So I don't know that, whether they have, I don't know, if that makes a difference if they have their, passed the bar yet or not. They're going to have that expense regardless.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and that's why I guess we'd have to lean on them, because they know
yeah.
where those individuals are that they're typically hiring coming out of school, whether they've already passed or not. I don't know that particular detail.
Well, and if you were tying it to some clawback based on staying there for 3 years, presumably if they didn't pass the bar, then they'd be out of here before the 3 years, and you'd maybe get a percentage of it back or whatever.
Right.
It just, again, for transparency purposes, the committee, along with the department heads in these positions, believe this will help retain the employees in their area of focus.
That's the hope.
Hope.
Yeah.
Have they gotten informal feedback from people in those positions? So, if this were to go through, what would be the likelihood of you staying? For those who are kind of on the fence, do we know if we have that at all?
We could ask, Sadie?
You're talking about the $3,500 sign-on bonus still?
Okay, kind of the reclassification for jail deputies from poll 2 to poll 3, the sign-on bonus, kind of the all-encompassing from a personnel standpoint.
So for the sign-on bonus, that's more for attorneys and public defenders, that's more of an attraction standpoint, just because in the private market, they're getting, $10,000 sign-on bonuses, so their relocation fees are covered in whole. That's a huge struggle that Pat has been seeing. As far as jail deputies, getting them to the next level based on the environment they work in and the surrounding counties of what smaller jails with less inmates are paying, it was a justified classification. It also gets them to a point that we believe, from what they've been saying to us, it gets them to the point that they're going to stay. Because many, they're not leaving for administration purposes. The feedback I've gotten in the last few weeks has all been pay-related.
And dispatchers, same.
Dispatchers are the same. Dispatch is a little harder to compete with. I mean, for LPD, we just lost a dispatch to LPD for $10,000 right now. By the end of next year, she'll be $13,000 higher than even our 8% addition.
Thank you, Sadie.
Yeah.
Sheriff, I saw you standing up. Probably would be better if you could come up here where you could be mic'd. Over by Sadie.
Well, and I noted here, the requests from those particular departments were not exactly these requests, and they totaled 1.2 million. So we did, ask them to prioritize and took into consideration their requests. However, we believe that these were the highest priorities right now. Go ahead.
Okay, you ready? I'll try not to be long-winded because this is something we've been working on unbeknownst to a lot of people for well over a year. And what it is, I get in the office early every day, and I go back and I talk to the folks, and there's some that I know better than others just because we grew up together, and I know they're looking to leave. And I've asked them, what would it take to keep you here? And every time it's money. There's stress, and we all get that when we sign up for that job, but when they can go to a county to our south and make more, or I just talked to Sheriff Kelly the other day, we now make, if this is approved, we'll make more than Clinton County. And he's like, oh, why'd you do this? I said, well, I'm taking your people, Rich, but I'm not going to do that. But they've all told us pay. And I've told all of them that we're working on something, we're trying. They've stuck with us. When the first preliminary came out and nothing was going to happen, I had a dispatcher come in and say, look, I would love to stay here, but I can't. This is my only source of income. We wanted to work, my wife, stay home with the kids, so on and so forth. But he said, I can't afford this anymore. I told him I appreciate it and put me down for a reference. I've told every one of them that. If you're going to go, don't burn bridges when you go because you may want to come back, because we've had several people come back. But they've all said pay. We caught wind the other day that it might get approved. I had a line of jail deputies in my office. Thank you, shaking my hand. Thank you, we appreciate it. Thank you. So, I mean, that's what it is. And you'll find out as we go through here, we're willing to give back some money because we know we're probably going to give you close to $775,000 back in full-time salaries because we just don't have the positions filled. And we know that's going to take longer into next year with training and everything else. I've gone in and talked to the dispatchers as well. What's it going to take? And we feel this is something that they're comfortable with and that they'll stay. We all get into this job when we start, depending on which level you start with. I started as a jail deputy. I went to Clinton County as a deputy. I made less money as a deputy than I did here as a jail deputy. But we all get into this and we know we're not going to be rich. It's just not going to happen. But it's something that you're called to. It's public service. You love it. You know it's stressful, but you know you're not going to make a lot of money doing it. But you're going to change people's lives. Well, now we're changing our own people's lives because we're not paying enough money, and some of them are real close to being able to get food stamps and service, and a lot of them qualify for free tax services. So we know we're not going to get rich, but we know that we have people that can't afford to rent here. We can't afford to house payments. I have somebody I've known since we're in elementary school. Their landlord was going to raise their rent, but they didn't. But if they did, this person would have to leave. And this person already works 2 jobs. There's another person that works 3. I talk to them. We have those discussions. Are you living beyond your means? And they're not. They're trying to get by. They want to go on a vacation like everybody else. They want to eat something other than McDonald's. And I feel, and we feel, in talking with them and getting their feedback and sitting there, I mean, we sat 4 of us didn't take Memorial Day off. We sat in a room for over 8 hours crunching numbers to try to figure something out. We feel this is the best way to fix a really bad problem, and we hope we're right. And if we're not, we've told all of them, when you leave, talk to Sadie. If we're doing something wrong as an administration, you got to tell us, because we can't fix something if we don't know we're doing it wrong. So, do you have any other questions about it? Because this has been a long process for us, not to mention the emails. We started on it probably 6 months before I started sending emails, because I wanted to have all our ducks in a row when we did it.
Any questions for the sheriff?
Yeah, we've gone into mandatory overtime for the jail staff. They have to sign up for 12 hours at least now. That's something I just did not want to do. They have to sign up for 12 a month. Then once they don't, then we open it up. We've had lieutenants, patrolmen work in the jail because we don't have enough people. And we have all these programs that we want to do. We just can't do them. We've had to lock the jail down. By law, they only have to be out 1 hour a day, and we've had to do that in some cases because we only have 6 jail deputies working. We just can't do it.
So right now, we have 14?
17.
17 openings in the jail.
And we are holding 65 as of last week. I think they took out 10. DOC's not taking the level 6. They're not taking the people that are sentenced. So we're holding them, which is going to put money back in your pockets. But, I mean, you really don't want to profit off people. Mm-hmm. But we can't keep holding people because it's stressing everybody out. And those people that have been sentenced, we got some people in there for some very serious crimes, and they don't have anything to lose. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
And obviously, the sheriff's department is where we're having the greatest retention issues. So that's
And part of that, I mean, to be honest with you, part of it's on us. We hire from within a lot. And we have several that are leaving to go take other jobs as patrolmen or whatnot. They leave because they can go to LPD and make more money as dispatch, which I learned through this whole process and talking with Jennifer. Lafayette just has more money than we do. There's only so much money, and I get that, but I didn't learn that until Jennifer told me, so.
Did I say that?
Yeah, he said they just have more money than we do. It's on my phone. I record it. No, I'm kidding.
What's the jailer start at?
Right now, it's about 45, 48. If we figure if we could get them to 50 to 51, it would keep them. 45. We figured at 50 to 51 we could keep them because they can go down south and make over 50, or they can go next door, Clinton County, and make over 50, to literally watch a third of the inmates. I mean, we got the 6th largest jail in the state, and we're sitting at close to 580, I think, now. We hold 603. Now, if we get rid of 55 of them to DOC, we're better off, but
What's the holdup?
they won't take them. And as sheriffs, we talked at the last conference at French Lick. We've made phone calls, threatened to drop them off, and Tracy probably remembers the day of keeping them to the fence. There was a sheriff who wanted to do that, but we just aren't going to do that. We've got to work with each other, but they're not taking them.
So what's this? I don't care about the cost. So what's this going to cost?
The agreement. Well, that's the thing. If it's going to take some time, and our people understand that. The places we're hurting right now are the jail, communications, and honestly our captains. But we know we've got to take this in baby steps, and we know our deputies need more. Everybody needs more money. We get that, but we've got to go to the areas that we're hurting the most, and we need people to take the phone calls when they come in. We don't have dispatchers. That's not happening. We need people to watch, and the number one priority for the sheriff is the safety and security. It's the jail. So when all else goes south, we've got to man the jail. And we feel this is great. Yeah, to come in and say, hey, John, let's throw a whole bunch of money at them and make which would be great, but there's steps, and we can't pass the deputies. And I mean, right now we've got deputies that make more than the captains in overtime, which is a problem we know we have to look at in the future. But we feel this is a comfortable place to start, and the feedback we're getting from our people is this would get them to stay. and bring others in. And we've got people showing up at a job interview in pajamas, for crying out loud. That's a waste of everybody's time.
And I think when you think about, when he says, people say they're going to leave, they're documented that they're leaving. It's not threats if we don't. And people have left.
They have.
The openings there, so, everybody can say, I'm going to leave, but are you really going to leave? And they are.
And they are. The thing I appreciate, I don't want them to leave, but is at least they're talking to us. We have people like any place else that are disgruntled and upset and they leave. It's going to happen. But the 95 to 99% of the people are saying, I just can't afford to do this anymore. I'm driving from out of town. I'm spending more on gas than I make. So if you have any questions, absolutely ask. But, we could talk forever about this, but we don't want to be here that long.
Any other thoughts, questions from council?
I heard Ben offer 13%. I just want to put that out there.
Ben did not offer 13%. Ben clarified as a 8% only.
Yeah.
On the table. And this is just for 24 only, right? This wouldn't be necessarily, if we agree to this, 8% in 25, 8% in 20. This is just for 8% for 24 only.
This is just a recommendation for 24.
Okay. Again, I just want to make sure we're
All understanding.
all on track
Yeah.
and I don't promise anything.
The reclassification is built in each
Yes.
year, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. If we're comfortable, do we want Jennifer to incorporate these then in? Okay?
I'll probably do that as we go.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. Then let's start looking at the general fund and begin the process. So Jennifer gets to be first.
For auditor, I've left out any of our operating expenses as those are paid from the ineligible homestead, so the budget is just salaries and includes the 5% increase.
Okay. Pretty straightforward. Treasurer. John or Barry, do you have any notes of anything?
Nothing substantial was found to be in there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not much has changed. I'm still asking for other professional services for printing tax statements this year. Other than that, it's pretty much the same. And I think we talked about that in our meeting.
Okay. Any other observations from council? Short meeting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the recorder.
In her budget, she has moved to the
Move to the
perpetuation fund.
perpetuation.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we want to look at perpetuation now, or do we want to just do the general and then come back and do those later?
That's what I would propose.
Okay. If that's okay with council, we'll do that. Probably if we've got any from the courthouse, though, if they're here, we'll try to do all of their related budgets.
Jury expense and,
Right,
yeah.
those kind of things at the time when they're here. Okay, surveyor.
And there's Pat.
Okay.
Is here now.
Morning, Zach.
Good morning. So as you know, I have two. Sorry, thank you. So as you know, I have two general fund budgets, which is surveyor and drainage board. Happy to answer any questions. The only thing that I guess I'd point out, last year, the part-time and overtime was zeroed. I did add some back in on that. If that's not acceptable, then we can, I guess, take that back. But I would like to have a little bit in there. I think I put $1,000 in for most all of them. Other than that, it's pretty much the same except for the salary increase, so. Did you have?
John and Barry, did you have any notes from your meeting?
I
No?
just had a question about that 1,000, because your splits are different. You have like 55% out of one fund and 25 out of another, and I'm not sure what the 1,000 under the elected official line was for.
I was just looking at that. I'm not sure what that is either. In the surveyor.
Because
I'm not sure the history on that
I don't think we had any
one.
of yours coming out of general
No, it's
fund.
not. That
Okay.
was, yes. I don't know, Jennifer. I was going to ask you because it's like that number magically appeared because I don't remember that historically. So I don't know if it's a scrivener's error or where it actually come from.
So should we cut that one?
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
So Zach, when you say you put your $1,500 and your $1,000 back into the part-time and the overtime, it's pretty much been zero for the last few years.
Yeah.
Anticipate this year, more projects, more something, I mean,
Yeah.
staff?
No, I don't have anything I can point to, Kathy, so if you want to zero it, that's fine, but nothing has been going historically the way it has went. Positions open, we don't have to go through that. Everybody's having the same difficulties. So,
What's the thoughts from council on those?
Take both of them out.
Take them out?
Right, if he can always move money around or
Right.
come back to us.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if we know we have open spots where there's going to be funds available. It's not a difficult thing to transfer that money over if that's what's needed. Any other thoughts from council? Okay.
It's same on the drainage board, part-time and overtime.
Yep, I'm seeing nods, so let's move with that. Okay. We'll wait on the other drainage funds until later. That's all right? Is that okay with you, Zach?
yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the assessor. Do we have an assessor in the building? So, looks like just have personnel. Did you guys make any notes?
That's pretty much all you have is personnel.
Okay. Any real significant changes in personnel lineup for 24 versus 23?
He did have a new position and eliminated one, so it was kind of a wash. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of just a reshuffle. Okay. There's no recommendations for changes there. Nothing really.
Did council want anything for travel or training, or I think I needed to add something in here for dues. I'll do that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how much it is, but
Well, can there, if there would be anything, couldn't that come out of the
elected
elected
official?
officials?
I don't think that you guys are a department that falls under that one.
Okay, we don't fall into that? Okay, I couldn't remember.
When your dues, basically your AIC dues,
Yeah.
Commissioners.
Okay, commissioners. Kathy, did you have any real notes to speak of?
I think one thing just for the group in regards to the postage, because we did address that. This is an election year, so we do still need to keep that up because that was a question that was raised during the meeting. Next, the dues and subscriptions, 3910, I think we made a change on that to go to 15.5.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 1,000, is that why, I think we separated those out, Jennifer. And 1,000 for the.
Yeah, for the
Oh, yeah.
And then 3970.
3970.
For the bond.
Yep.
So we separated those two out, it doesn't, it just gives me different funds. That's really it.
Yeah. That was the only notes I had.
We'll address the other funds that we don't think today tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then human resources, it's basically salaries.
Yep.
So there's really nothing there.
In maintenance, Paula, I was told by Carrie Home, I think, that there was a maintenance person there that was to be added to the county maintenance budget, but I did not see that in there. You reduced your maintenance person to Carrie Home. It's supposed to go under Tony's.
Okay.
So it's not in there anywhere, I don't believe, right? Because you did not submit it that way.
No, not, I put everything else on our salary statement that I knew of.
Okay, so I'm going to have to add
Add a position.
position here.
You know what?
Does he has quite a bit of longevity, correct?
No, it was very back over.
No, started over? Okay, so let's just do 50,000. Anything else in maintenance?
I didn't have any notes of anything else. Kathy, did you, in maintenance? Well, I know, but we were the ones that were sitting.
Sitting there, right, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay. Okay,
Soil and water.
soil and water,
Has an additional position.
correct. I saw Chris back there. Chris, do you want to talk about your additional position? Up next to Sadie.
Hi, so we are asking for another position. We are losing the grant-funded position that we've had for the last 3 years. That position has brought in, helped residents of Tippecanoe County make almost $2 million in land use management practices. I have applied for that grant again, but I will not know if that grant has been approved until somewhere around November, so after this time period. Our office, obviously, would definitely going down to 2 people instead of the grant-funded person. So if you have any questions, please let me know. But it would just be replacing the person that, her last day was last Wednesday, so
Okay.
we do
Okay.
not have that person currently.
And over the years, the workload has really increased in this department. Their level of staffing and level of support from the county has not. So that's why this is really important, that we can continue to fund this and continue to serve the citizens.
And I will add that our, obviously, as you all know, with the pipeline happening and going on, we get calls. We get a lot of calls. We're getting a lot of calls. I could definitely use some help. And obviously, the practices that we do will help benefit the water. Being able to infiltrate water is definitely going to be helpful in years to come.
If the grant goes through, will that go back into the general fund?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've hedged our bets. I've applied for 2 grants. We actually have a third one that we're discussing, if we can manage to find the time to do that. But we are trying to create the money for the position.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, Chris.
We don't have any revenue built in for that just because we don't know.
Right.
So.
But assuming we do get one of those grants, right, which will help to offset the additional that we're seeing here. Okay. Moving on to do it.
So we have one change in line 2130 to 3,000. I think that's all we were looking at for.
Yeah, he did increase 3210, the travel training. He's going to send more people. Cut me off. He's going to send more people to in-person training, so that's why he's increasing that amount.
Okay.
That's all we had for that particular area.
Okay. And voter registration?
So next year is the presidential election, so the budget is accordingly higher and more in line with 2020 than the last 3 years.
I had a note to make a change here on this. Perf calculation included something it shouldn't. What was that? Change formula, subtract. Oh, 60,000 off of that.
What? Okay.
It included the full amount of the election workers, and
Oh, okay.
they're not all going to be county employees.
Okay. Anything else on that one? Okay. Area plan? Have anything, John and Barry? It's all pretty well, static with previous year? Okay. Building commission.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My budget has not changed this year from last year or the year before. The only changes will be the salary increases.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. If there's no recommendations there, we'll move on. Veterans is in the same boat, and so is Weights and Measures. Mm-hmm. What's that? No. Did you have a question?
I just had a question. I know that veterans helps with the flags that are placed, and I didn't know, where does that come from? Because there was talk that he may need more. Which line item does he purchase flags from?
Oh.
Can you look at that out of One Solution and see if... It's probably the 6,500, but I'm not, we'll double check. Because these are the markers, the 15,000. I think he buys it out of the $6,500.
Mm-hmm. I think that's right. From when we
The office supplies?
when we met before, yes.
So it did increase it a little bit by $500? Okay.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
Out of the office supplies general.
Just want to make sure we gave him a little bit more.
We still give them, what, $100 for the veteran's spouse?
I believe, did it go up for the burial marker? It's around that. I don't know if it's gone up or not.
We saw it Hamilton County, because they're rich, they get $1,000.
It's 100, yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the villa. Deanna isn't here because she was going to get us a better estimate on what she thought we could do on the income side.
Yeah, she bumped that up 5,000.
Right.
But she didn't come back with anything other than that.
Anything additional? The only note I had on any of her expense side was on the 2990 line, taking that down to 76,000.
I believe her census is, what, 62 people?
Yeah.
It's in the 60s.
It's in the 60s.
Way down.
Right. Yeah, it's coming back up, which is good. That's why I thought she might have a little bit different estimate on the income side, but we did bump it 5,000. Okay. No other recommendations. Carry home. Is Dave trying to tell you to just cut it all?
Didn't you hear him just quietly say?
Close it.
Not quite enough, David. Still hear you every time. Just a few increases that are cost of living related, food up just a little bit, counseling, consultant up a little bit because we are going to be working on into this diversion. Hospital 1359 requires diversion. We assume we're going to have more assessments just in case we can't pay for all the assessments with grant funding, which is what we assume, but we want to make sure we get services with grant funding, so having that increase, and then utilities up a little bit as well.
Thank you, Paula. You could have just yelled at me to turn it up. I'm sorry. We did, Jennifer, thank you for remembering that, took one position out, the maintenance position. We also removed another position because we merged two positions into one for the clinical services director. Technically, we eliminated two, but we still have one that merged with that. That's all in there, as well as, I don't know that we've bumped up revenue. Jennifer, we wanted to wait till now, but it looks like we're going to get closer to that 2.3 million revenue projection versus our original 1.6.
For '24?
No, 23 only.
23.
24, we're looking, our per diem will take a hit. Our per diem went up just because of the gap between overhead and census, but now that our census has come up, that gap will close for 2024, is what we're projecting. We don't have our 2024 per diem numbers yet.
Okay. So is the 2.1 too high?
For 2024?
24?
Yes, we were, no.
No?
2.1's fine for 2024.
So it's the 23 side that you're talking about,
23,
Rebecca,
you
that
can,
will
yeah,
be
you can bump up to 2.3 if we haven't already. I know we talked about it, we were going to wait a little bit to see how things were coming out. Looks like we're going to make that number.
Okay.
So that really will only impact our cash balance, not really budget moving forward. Okay. Which is in the calculations, but it's not ongoing money if we're not going to see it continue. Okay. Anything else? Recommended changes? Okay. So we'll move on to juvenile alternatives.
Oh, no changes there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Parks. Randy.
It's open, it's good. Today is Randy's birthday, FYI.
Oh, happy birthday.
I am Social Security eligible.
What a day. So, not a whole lot of changes. The only changes, obviously, are going to be on the insurance on the building and property, which that's what you had recommended, Randy, correct? And then...
Utilities, that's always the lovely topic.
Right. So we talked about those next three lines, and we agreed to take utilities down to 150,000 versus the 155, and 105,000 on the buildings repair and maintenance, 3610, and then 11,000 on the repair and maintenance vehicle and equipment.
And didn't we discuss, we had a discussion of the 3590 capital?
Yes. Did you find anything out about potential?
Not yet.
Okay.
We've been in discussion with commissioners about that,
Okay.
and that's continuing. So, but I think, did that not go, we just took 12,000 out of that, left 6,000 in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we left it at 6,
Right.
which is the same as what it was last year.
Correct.
Randy had put in an additional 12 for replacing of fuel tanks. and we thought there were probably some other avenues that might work to be able to get that accomplished. So that's what the ongoing discussions, right, Randy, are still working on?
We're gonna, yeah, maybe have some additional discussion, hopefully.
Okay. So that's why that was removed from there. Okay. Thank you. Unless there's anything else from notes any other council members made. All right. We will move on to extension. Welcome, Dee.
Wrong button. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see, we had talked about in office equipment and parts, taking that, I think I'd put in 2,000, and we talked about taking that down back to 0. And then also, when we were together, we talked about professional services and training. I bumped it to 7,000, and we said we would go back to 5 for it because we hadn't used everything for this year.
Right.
And I think
Was it that one? Or
that was the only change that we talked about.
It was the 3150 line?
Okay.
Yeah. And Dee, do you want to explain about the contract as far as where we are with the educators number and all
I'd be
those kind
happy
of things?
to. Yep,
Just to
absolutely.
clarify.
Yep, absolutely. So last year, our amount for this year for the contractual services for our 5 educators came in, and then in December, we met with the Purdue leadership team for extension, met with the educators and the county commissioners, and decided that we were going to change one of the educator roles. We had a community development educator. That position was open, and instead of continuing with that, we decided to go with a virtual programming and marketing position instead. And when that was discussed, the director of extension at that time, Dr. Henderson, said that Purdue would pay, instead of county paying for 5 educators, he was asking Tippecanoe County to pay for 4.5, and Purdue would pick up the 0.5 educator role. So our budget goes down a little bit for that line item this year.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of understand a little bit of where that savings has come from then. Any other questions or notes from council? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to fairgrounds.
Should say today is not.
True story. I am not 65.
I plugged in your additional custodian.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's one change on that budget, was the addition of a custodian, and then I think we just had one.
Yeah, I think we gave back 10,000 on the utilities. As long as winter's not crazy, we should be fine. There was another option for income. The house next door we lease currently, we haven't changed the rent for that since I've been there. I don't know if that was there's an opportunity there to get a little bit more. I think it's 500, I believe, now, which is really cheap. So I don't know how we go with that, but we might be able to make a little bit more money there.
Probably
Okay.
depends on how that lease is written and when
Yeah.
it expires and.
I think it's yearly, I believe. We can check it.
Is it,
I can email Doug and see if we can look into it.
is it calendar year, do you know? Okay.
Yeah.
So do we have a number that we feel comfortable?
I mean, a $750 these days is
Yeah.
still way cheap for
Still
living
cheap,
right there.
yeah.
He's been there forever. I sent him a text the other day and let him know we're going to raise the rent, so let's do it.
So if we were going to do that,
It's probably
what?
not significant enough to worry about
To
until
worry
we
about?
know. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll make note that that can be put aside, and we'll have to come back and address it.
I have a question about the revenue that we're getting from the fairgrounds. I'm seeing is that right, 450K is what this is in the revenue section.
Yes.
I realize it's not what we're currently looking at. Do we think that revenue, because it was 400 in 2023, do we think 450 is about what we're going to be getting regularly now with the new facility?
Oh, no, I think it goes up from here. I mean,
Continues to go up?
yeah, we have a full calendar for fall, but we can get some more weekly events, things like that, or bigger events. It's just very live, I mean, but I think it only grows. I don't think
What do
we've
you
reached
think
it.
what is the capacity at currently? Like, is it full half the time, 80%? What do you have?
No, it's probably 65% or so, maybe,
65.
but I still think there's opportunity for,
Okay,
it's just, we need to be careful. There's two people out here,
okay.
you know, and so I have a position open, can't fill it, and granted the custodian for January, which not sure about that either, so just like everybody else.
Right.
It's,
So it's, yeah,
Okay, thank
issues
you.
with making sure we're fully staffed, combined with, Andy, you want to address kind of the differences between some of the bigger moneymakers versus, I mean, that's partly what goes into this kind of nexus of what that number is actually going to be.
Yeah, like the Caterpillars and things like that is $52,000 for a week, you know, that's what we need. When we get smaller shows or smaller events or more nonprofit, we're getting a lot of nonprofit, which I know we can't control, but certain animal shows and things like that they pay well, but the amount of input that we have to do to clean it, to turn it over and get it back, you know, it may take a week to get it back to people form. But each day the phone rings and it's something, you know, it's something different, something new. Purdue came out again the other day, so we got a couple events this fall with Purdue, with LTAP, and if we hit those, we'll probably get more stuff like that, so.
Mhm. Does that make sense, Lisa? That's, I
Yeah.
mean, those are the things that impact what that number
Right.
would be
I'm
as
looking
much as
at-
anything.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, we're getting we're hoping to get 450 in revenue, and I realize this may not be all the cost, but this, in the general fund, it's costing us 411. So we're making a little bit of money on the fairground, is that?
We're trying, I mean, that'd be the goal, to
to
pay for that budget, for the running
We're not
budget.
including healthcare and stuff, but,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Just trying to figure
the
out-
overall goal should be to, yeah, hopefully
Break
get to
even
the
at
point where.
least.
And we're
Yeah.
at 450 with adding that custodian, so.
Still do it, yeah.
okay, good point. Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, what was that new amount for the 127? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
We'll move on to coroner. It's all right, we'll take a short break after the coroner. Okay?
Please.
Yes, please.
Carrie here too, so just kind of, we'll go through on the changes we have, and then Carrie and then met with her. And we'll first go down to elected official salary, and that number should be 74,128. And the reason for the increase, there was a change in the law as of July 1st. And Carrie, if I make sure that I'm telling the right story here, that as we all know, that there was a differentiation between the salaries between a physician coroner and non-physician coroner. That now is taken out of law. So it now enables us then to revisit the salary. And the personnel committee, that recommendation was the 74,121. Then I met with the coroner, and after discussion, the rationale for the 74,121. Any comments?
And correct, went from part-time to full-time as well?
I believe over the years
Over
it
the
has
years.
progressed.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the,
It's progressed.
It has. I started at 7 a.m. with autopsies this morning, so, yeah.
so that's the other part of it too, is historically it's been a part-time position, and the expectation moving forward is to be full-time. Right, Carrie? I'm not misspeaking?
You're not, no,
Okay.
you're correct. The demand on the office has increased a lot over the last several years, so, yes.
And moving down to the part-time line from 27.2, and that will go down to 25,000. Carrie's able to utilize interns very nicely. She has 4 currently. So looking at that, and I think as we've progressed through the years, now 2.5 years into the office, and restructuring, is able to now, I think, get a handle on the part-time salary a little bit more. And then moving down to autopsies, taking that down from 410 to 390. I do want to make an explanation on the line above that. If you'll notice, you'd say, well, why looking at actuals and what we've spent? This is a grant that we get for blood testing. We hope. These are for the tests outside of the grant that we get, but if we don't get the grant, then this will probably increase from 15. She doesn't know regarding the grant until after the budget is set, so we need to leave $15,000 in there. Also, you'll note that there's an increase in 3910, and that's the maintenance fee on a fingerprint scanner that the office is utilizing. So we have to pay them. And did I miss anything?
Nope, you got it all.
Joe?
I think we got it.
Okay. We didn't have any revenue streams or anything that were adjusted on that side when we were back. Okay, just double checking. Okay.
No. And as a matter of fact, I think there's another change in the laws of July 1st, so we're just going to have to keep, her office is going to have to keep track a little bit more closely as to money coming in the revenue side because of law change.
Okay. All right, very good. 15 minutes. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we will reconvene. Thank you.
That would be a good question.
we can take our seats.
Oh, with Tim Tebow.
We left off with emergency management. And I see, and I see Smokey's in the hot seat, and he thinks that we've already approved it, and that's not the case, so sorry. Any changes then to be noted?
The only increase I asked for this year was in repair and maintenance, which is really to maintain our vehicles. We can kind of get by without it, but we just put off servicing the vehicles, and it's kind of catching up with us. So if you can approve that, that would be great, or part of that increase, that would be great.
Which line is that one?
Yeah, I think we keep it where it's at.
20 maybe?
3620 line?
Yeah, 3620 up to 16,000.
Adding 1,500, okay.
Yeah. Keep it there.
Okay, if everybody's
I
okay
don't
with
have
that?
anything else.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good, you're setting a record pace.
We're clipping along.
Thank you.
We're not getting close enough to the number we need to, but we're getting through the departments. Thank you. All right, now to the sheriff.
Okay. Well, first off, the very first line, we would like to take $400,000 off of that.
While you're walking up, Kathy's getting started.
Yeah.
With that, they're going to increase with coal freeze and stuff. I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah, I gotta add that. You gotta add that.
Yeah.
But this is from the vacancies that we're going to have. We're not eliminating the positions.
Kathy, you might want to turn on your mic.
And I agree with what you're saying, but if you're potentially offering 400-some-thousand back for coal freeze or this, that, or whatever else, do you really want the full 400,000?
Well, probably not, now that.
Well, yeah.
So Jennifer's in the process of adding in.
Okay, I have a quick question. So you're thinking about eliminating, but adding back in. Okay, so you're eliminating the 400,000 based on, you said, based on the vacant positions.
Correct.
So what if those get filled? Then where's that money going to come from? We hope that they would get filled, because then that would kind of help solve some of the problems, right? Some challenges.
I think that we're looking at, historically, we haven't been full staff, so we would have to come back and ask for more money, yes.
Which, knowing, and this is something, Jennifer, we were just talking about this. We know we're going to give you back a lot of money this year that goes back in the general fund that we could come back next year and ask for. And again, it's going to take, we're not going to be able to hire, we maintain at 17, to hire them all at once would be crazy, because there's no way to train them. So that there's going to be money.
Because that's really what we're speculating, is that even if, once we get to the beginning of 2024, the number that you're going to be able to hire during the year of '24 is not going to be able to completely absorb that entire difference, is what we're really
No, and we have folks that want to be
juggle.
police officers and go do other things, and they're going to continue to do those things. But even like with deputies, we're having a hard time. We're getting the applicants, not near the numbers that we used to, but they're not passing certain steps in the process, and we refuse to lower our standards just to fill spots, because then we're just going to be we'll have a major problem.
Okay, so. Did you add back, so this is the new adjusted number with all of the changes that we just made? So probably 300,000
versus the 4 that we.
versus the 4.
guess I can see it up here too.
So in,
Like, looking at yours and realize it's right there.
yeah, it's right up there.
It's right there.
And yes, the theory would be
Right.
that those would start to fill up. But I think in any given year, they generally have some to fill up.
And then also on line 1115 for the merit deputies, we talked about $100,000 off of that line.
Yeah, the number we gave you earlier is for full-time employees. That isn't merit deputy spots, so there'll be even more coming back to you because we're 4 short right now.
And that's all I had under the
Mhm.
personnel.
Yeah.
We have not had anybody leave for the state police yet, but I would anticipate it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see there's increases, obviously, in some of the operating lines for food, supplies, which
Yeah, food's
are
gone
in
way
line
up.
with what we're seeing across the board.
Right, and with the average census, and when you have 500, so. Okay. Jail.
Okay. To the jail. Did we have
We didn't have anything.
any adjustments to speak of?
I didn't have anything.
I didn't have anything noted either. Utilities, of course, that's kind of like with every other department, it's just kind of a guess. But we know we're going to see increases. Okay? All right. Thank you.
That was painless.
Thank you.
Relatively
We're not done yet.
painless.
Yeah.
We're not done yet.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
still plenty of
Still time.
time. We still have some more department, or more of your budgets to go through.
Go back to coroner, they have a full position that will.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
What does that do to us? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, community corrections. You adding in the, oh, you did? Okay. So you can see the changes in salaries that were changed with the poll increase that's recommended.
It impacts their other funds more than this one.
Okay.
The only changes I had were under supplies. It'd be 2340. Should be 11,000, I believe. And then 2990 down to 41,000. I guess, is that the total? That's a total. Never mind.
30?
30.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I need to add a line 2310.
Okay.
At 11,000 is
Okay. I'm just going to leave it there for now, but I'll add a line later.
the total should be 41,000 versus 1, not 71.
Yep.
Oh, so that food
building.
line, because we have 2250 line.
Oh, so like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
Where's the food line?
Up
That's
on
2250.
2250.
Who's these people down there? They're transit coming in and out.
What's that?
The food, who eats the food? Your customers or what?
Our work release participants, those that are staying there, we buy, they can get their,
I thought those people moved in and moved out, went to work and came back.
they do, but there's days that they're not out of the, there's days that they're not out of the facility, or that they're going to buy a lunch or a dinner from the jail, so we, that's what we provide them.
$30,000 a year.
So we're good on the supplies area with those minor changes, right, Jason, Kelly?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I knew there's some typos or some.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. That's all I had for that
Yeah,
particular
I
area.
didn't see any other notes. We good with that? We'll come back to user fee and the other
Yep.
grant stuff later, okay? Community corrections.
Clerk.
Clerk, gosh, I just read what we just got done with, sorry. I read the line earlier.
So the first thing is 1111, the salary that needs to go back to 82,356.
And I had the chief deputy was up 5 as well.
Okay.
So,
I do want to say that she's looking at adding some more services and doing some, I think she's doing some really great work, including adding notary services and there was another.
Passport?
And passport services.
she's not here. I need to double check and make sure that her reclassifications were all submitted according to what the Personnel Committee approved. So I made a note to do that, but.
The rewritten salaries and such.
And Sadie, did you mention that they're being looked at again, or no? No? Okay.
She had some typo errors in her job description, and that was just our confusion.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's it for that.
Any other changes? Okay. All right. We'll move on to the prosecutor. Pat, do you want to, anything? I know that we've got at least a couple questions. Sit up there next to Sadie where you can be by the microphone.
To start off, we can take the 100,000 off the salaries.
Okay.
Okay, and then I need to add 12,931 and add 42. And then whatever you decide on a sign-on. I did not have that in any of my numbers, so.
Would this potential sign-on, would that come out of where? What line item, do you know?
It would likely be this one, the full-time, but it could come from other funds as well. It's kind of an unknown.
Okay.
Would it be probably most appropriate under the full-time salary line? Okay.
So you had a question earlier about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask the question about the sign-on?
Yeah, so Pat, a question came up in regards to the sign-on bonus when we talked about that at the beginning of the meeting, of whether those individuals that hadn't passed the bar yet would be eligible for that, and we want to get your opinion on it.
Yes, thank you. I would, because we hire when they graduate in May. They take the bar in July. They come up and start working as an intern in May so we can start the training process. And then they take the bar. They take a month off in July to prep for the bar. They come back in August, and then they work with us August, September. They don't get their bar results to mid-September. So they move. They're already up here in the community. So we would just structure, and I would work with Doug to structure the language. Maybe not give those who are taking the bar the full amount, maybe, but it would be, that's when we recruit, and that's part of the recruiting package.
What happens to those individuals that do not pass the bar?
Historically, what we do, we keep them on throughout the next year as legal interns. We pay them hourly, part-time, and they take the bar in February, and they get the results in late April, and they get sworn in May. We've had a number of, well, I'll rephrase that. We've only had one in 17 years not pass the bar in the second attempt. So it's, knock on wood, it's worked out well. And then they get even more experience working from that second, waiting for the second bar as a legal intern.
Thank you.
So what was that dollar amount that we had?
Decided?
Yeah.
Well, we talked about 3,500 as the sign-on.
Mm-hmm.
And then additional 3,500 at the end of
3 years.
3 years.
Okay. And then the retention.
But the initial sign-up and so-called retention was for attorneys, correct?
For attorneys, yes.
Okay, so let's say this person signs up, gets the so-called bonus, doesn't pass the bar the first year, has to wait until the next go-around. Does that year still count as potential attorney for the extra pay we're looking at?
Go ahead.
No, because that policy is for deputy prosecuting attorneys, and they would not be, they'd be in the classification as a legal intern.
So they'd have to wait at least another year.
Correct.
They'll get the retention money.
Right, so their initial wouldn't start till
I
they
didn't hear him say that. That's what I
Oh.
didn't say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying today. No, I think, Doug, that's clear, we could do that, right? Yeah, so yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Also, I was listening online, so I heard the sheriff speak. We're down 8 lawyers now. We lost another lawyer on Friday. They left for private practice for more money, so we're down 25% of attorney positions. We're at a critical mass. We have 2 taking the bar, so if they both pass, we'll still be down significantly. Our recruiting time is starting again for next year, which means we're recruiting the third-year law students now, but again, they don't graduate to May, they don't take the bar to July, and they don't get sworn into October. So we're recruiting to fill positions a year from next month, or 2 months. unless we are able to hire a licensed attorney. And so the compensation package is, I appreciate what you did, the lit. I'm so happy about that. Thank you. But we, during the non-law school, quote, interviewing session, a part of the year, we try to basically, like the sheriff does, we try to take attorneys from other prosecutors' office, and we've done that historically, but right now in Indiana, there's over 445 empty slots for prosecutors. And I think the public defenders is sitting somewhere near the same total statewide. So what I'm saying is, it's tougher and tougher to hire these attorneys. And it doesn't make sense that myself, I've talked to Amy and Rob about it, but it's just getting really tough out there. And sooner or later, there'll be an impact on what can happen in the courts. If you don't have a prosecutor, you don't have a public defender, it's going to slow the system down, so to speak. And then there'll be the hidden cost of maybe people are in the jail longer. He has more people there waiting for the cases to move. So this, what you've done this morning, I was listening online, I think I'm excited to be able to go and pitch this to the people we're interviewing. We have a couple of interviews on Wednesday. I'm looking for immediate feedback and hopefully positive results. So thank you. And going forward, I know we spoke about reducing my budget 100. I think with 8 openings, there's no way I'm going to hire 8 lawyers. I wish that would be the dream. If I'm able to hire 5 or 6 in the next 12 to 18 months, that would match my best year ever, and that was when Valparaiso Law School was online, and they're gone. So I think you could, if you need to help with what we're doing on the new package, I think you can increase that 100,000 to 150, and I'd still be safe.
Okay. Thank you. Pat, a quick question. Am I correct in hearing you said that we hire in May and they take the bar when?
They take it in July for the May.
Okay, so they get the whole month of July off to study?
Yes.
So are we paying them as county employees during that period of time?
No, they're part-time. They're 29 hours a week.
Okay, so they are not getting paid?
No.
Because they're not producing? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So you said hire 2 or 3 attorneys at 3,500 sign on, but he's saying he hopes to hire 5 or 6. So would it need to be
I would
figured
hope.
in at 5 or 6 new?
I would really feel comfortable at 5.
5.
But it's so tough out there right now, I don't know. It's kind of like the sheriff and how many people are going to apply for deputies and how many make it through the interviewing process. There's really no science behind it. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you a definitive number.
Oh, plus we need to add in a recent reclassification that we said was effective 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are we going
Jennifer, can you
wrong?
quickly remind me, go back to that, the 12,931 is the retention bonus?
No, that's
No.
going from poll 5 to 8%.
Right. Taking those
Oh,
poll
those
positions within the
people.
prosecutor's
Okay.
office.
Okay. And
The
the
retention
4,200.
is the 42.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, plus the sign-on.
Right.
Right.
And then for this one, I've got six for retention. Didn't have any polls in that category.
Do we have any reduction there based upon any issues with having full staff in the 4D?
Right now, we're down 8 lawyers. We're down 2 in child support. We're down 1 victim advocate, and we're down 1 legal assistant. So I have 12 vacancies currently. The victim advocate will be the quickest to be able to fill. But, we're struggling like any other department getting qualified people to apply. A lot of what we see are basically job jumpers. I don't know if that's a technical term, but, they've worked 3, 4, 5 months, 6 months here, 6 months there, and, that's not usually a good candidate. So I think there's going to be, going forward, Kevin, we're never going to be 100% staff in the foreseeable future unless we get really lucky. But those positions, the non-lawyer positions, are easier to fill than the ones that need a law degree.
So is there any reduction we could make there that you feel like?
No, because those are
Okay.
posted and we're interviewing.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to check. Okay.
That's all.
Is that all we have on 4D?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will move on to ancillary. Thank you, Pat.
There really isn't
Anything there?
any changes. I mean,
Okay.
it's, yeah,
Pretty much the
increase in that's about
increase
it.
in the salary lines.
Mhm.
Okay. Then we will move on to public defender. I see Amy back there.
There's some changes to part-time, Amy, if you want to touch on that for a minute.
Increased it by 20,000. I figured based on the number of hours, it came out to about 87 to 88,000. Given that I don't anticipate we'll be fully staffed with attorneys, we always would have the option of maybe some of that money if we needed.
I mean, if that's an area you need to cut, and we can come back if we need it, or we can see if we have the ability just to move money between funds later in the year. But that's my estimate of what I think it will cost.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. Yeah, are there any adjustments that need to be made?
I've made them.
Okay.
However, I think there was the pay parity issue, if you wanted to talk about that.
I didn't hear you.
Pay parity for the
Right.
stipend.
It needs to be 70% for pay parity because there's 70% employees. I think we discussed that in the meeting that we had earlier, and I appreciate that you've recognized that.
So taking it from 50% to 70.
50%?
50% to 70%, because we
Yes.
had it in, the recommendation was 50%.
For the stipend?
Stipend.
Yeah.
So, let's see. I'm just going to add, I don't think I need to double it. Well, it was 50%.
It was
Yeah, so I do
50%.
need to. No, we're going up to 70.
Mhm.
I'm just going to put in 30, if that's okay.
Another slight increase that you'll see is on the training side, where currently they haven't used any for this year, mainly because it's been a lot of virtual type of training. Next year, it's starting to switch from that virtual to in
Correct.
person, so there'll be some expenses associated with the training that's needed.
During the pandemic, they made everything virtual, and then they've kind of slid into part virtual, part in person. But like, I know the death penalty's coming up, and they're not offering a virtual alternative for that, because the virtual alternatives have been free. They have not charged us to go to them virtually.
That's about it.
What's contributing to the dues and subscriptions increase?
From the dues and subscriptions.
That is for our Westlaw, for our legal research. So we pay a little over $300 an attorney, so we have access to Westlaw, so we can do our legal research, because we no longer order very many books. We don't keep a lot of books in our office anymore.
And are those dues and subscriptions, are they more towards the end of the year or beginning? Because right now you're at
We
$3,800.
pay them toward the end of the year. They usually get paid in November or December.
Yeah, okay.
So we usually pay them toward the end of the year.
Okay. Any other changes? Okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
We'll move on to probation. This is where all the cool kids sit. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
So, did we have any changes in the general fund? I don't have any in my notes.
I think excuse me, probably the biggest change going forward in 2024 is that, so the probation officer's minimum salary is set by the Indiana Office of Court Services, and there was a dramatic increase in our salary. They established a minimum, and in Indiana, there are 32 of 92 counties that pay above the minimum. We happen to be one of the counties that meets the minimum. Probation has received yearly increases that, if you average it out over the last 19, almost 20 years now, is 2.3% over 20 years. So it's not been any big jumps. There are years where we've gone with nothing. In 2024, the Indiana Office of Court Services established a 7.8% increase on our minimum salaries, which sounds like a lot, but I just want to put that in compare. It is a lot, but if you compare a four-year college grad or a Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts as a starting probation officer's salary compared to other positions, we still fall short. For instance, in 2023, a DCS caseworker starting out makes $47,000. A starting probation officer this year makes $38,000. So there's a rather dramatic. Other ones, a COMOT 3 starts out at $43,000. One of my certified evaluators, CSAM's evaluators, in the court services division starts out at $53,000. There's a position at Carry Home, it's a PAT 2 school liaison officer that makes $47,900. So these are all starting salaries compared to $38,000 for a starting probation officer. So we received a 7.8% increase starting in 2024. There's no two ways about it. That's a pretty dramatic hit on the general fund positions. I think I figured out it's between $135,000 and $150,000. Kind of depends on where I'm at doing my math at the time, but it's a dramatic increase. The other thing that I wanted to point out was that of all the positions in my department, the one that's probably the most challenging right now is the supervisor's position down at juvenile intake. And I had propose that we consider paying above what the state establishes as the minimum for that position. And talking with my colleague Sadie at HR and asking a few other questions, it doesn't appear as though that request comes up before personnel, because it's merely just increasing a salary position, not a change in any of the job description, just increasing the salary. And I'm proposing that position be increased by an additional $3,000 per year, in and above whatever the 7.8% is for that position, also going into 2024.
So it's an incremental, the minimum has been 5,000 above to be a supervisor above the people that she supervises. It's been that way for at least 10 years?
Yes.
Yes. And so we're saying, let's take that from 5 to 8, so that's just a $3,000 difference. It's still, the other positions above that will go up by like 10 instead of 5, so I think that seems pretty reasonable to me. For a job where you're responsible for 10 people, and you have to make sure the intake facility is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right, so it's 3 shifts, 24/7, 9 full-time, 4 part-time. It's busy. I'm going to be challenged to find a replacement. If the current supervisor were to come and say I'm done, it's going to be, I'm going to be hard pressed to find someone to replace that person.
So what I need to, we need to increase the full-time salary.
I'm sorry.
That's just by higher up.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I might just point out that the individual that was previously in that position as a supervisor down at juvenile intake is Mariah Anderson. I don't see Mariah here, but I'm not. And she is currently the chief deputy on the juvenile side, and she's also indicated it's going to be a real challenge to find a replacement if we needed one at the current pay scale for that supervisory role. I might also point out that given the approach by, or the concerns regarding those positions that are paid out of the lit fund, I volunteered to reassume one of those positions that was currently paid by the lit fund. I'm going to be covering that through my probation user fee fund, so that the lit fund, with respect to the probation department, actually has a net gain of 1, or a loss of 1, depending upon how you want to look at it. So we're assuming one of the positions back into the probation user fee fund, trying to do our part.
So do we need to change any of these numbers up here to do that if we, the 3,000?
I'm embarrassed to say my glasses are failing me. I'd have to come a little bit closer.
It's not built in at this point, no.
I guess I have a kind of a concern procedurally.
Yeah.
Just giving someone an increase of supervision without it going through, and I understand this doesn't need to go through personnel, but I don't know. I have questions about that and setting precedents.
Because it would normally go through.
Personnel.
Most would go through personnel.
And I understand the arguments. It's just I'm looking at the process.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kathy, when you're...
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I respect that also. I reached out and talked with my colleague in HR and asked, and I got a little different perspective, so I'm happy to go that route also.
As far as the current flow chart goes, it's not technically a personnel request, is where the conversation ended. Because it's just money, the position already exists, we're not changing the position, it's purely financial.
Right.
In situations like that, have we had a situation like that where it has gone through personnel committee just to stay on process?
From my standpoint, the corporals and dispatch are the first ones we've had that have gone through personnel, and that was by happenstance. It wasn't planned that way, I guess.
Any other thoughts from council?
I would feel
comfortable, or gets more comfortable having it go through the process. I know doesn't meet the criteria, Sadie. I hear you very clear, but I just, if the others by happenstance did through that, I think from a process standpoint, to get kind of a more in-depth view of it, keep things consistent, my personal opinion would be to go through that process and see what the recommendation is. I mean, it shouldn't take too long of a meeting, I guess. I know it's time, of course. That's my own opinion.
Any other thoughts from other council members?
You wanted us to try and eat during lunch, like a little position?
We could have a quick meeting and just kind of have a little yay or nay session.
You're doing the budget now, times.
Right. I mean, it'd be, right, rather than,
Well, you also don't adopt it until September, so you could,
right, it could be
Address it
between here and our
anytime.
September council meeting too, since the official adoption date is then.
Thank you.
If that would be more agreeable to council, we'll at least have the opportunity for the personnel committee to put a little more in-depth look at it. Okay.
So then, if we do that, do we need to do anything with that process, or that flow chart that you talked about, so that it's written?
Yeah, Jennifer and I have discussed updating the flow charts.
we just
Okay.
haven't had time.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure, if we're going to, if that's what we're going to do, we need the documentation of the process to mirror that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, good point. Thank you. All right. Moving on from there, going to magistrate.
Okay, on this one, here we go. You'll see that on the institutional care, there's 100,000 added to that. That was not in the 23 budget. This is solely on the basis of the juvenile placements that have to be transported elsewhere. They're finding, this year they have found that it's $375 a day in some of those places. Some are cheaper, but ultimately we got to pay what they're saying we need to pay, right? There's no, the locations make those decisions. So that's the increase, and honestly, this is the best guess based on what they're seeing this year and what kind of they think the trend is still continuing. So we've placed 100,000 in this line item for that. So that's the biggest increase.
And that would be for any of the adult courts, they're all consolidated into the
Yes.
magistrate budget.
Yeah. The 3145 professional services, you'll see was budgeted 23,520. That was just moved to 3180. So it's part of that 100,000. So that's in it as well.
Pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's all I had. Lisa, was there anything you had?
Can you go back on the institutional care? They have 51,000 this year and haven't used any yet. Is that just because they haven't received a bill?
They've spent 15.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that was a recent appropriation, like May maybe, so.
Okay, thank you.
Then there will be maybe more bills that you're going to be.
They're just delayed a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. Lisa, did you have?
Oh, no, Judge Meyer came in, I don't know if we wanted to skip to,
Oh, okay.
I don't know. We don't have to.
Superior 2.
Page
Superior
57.
to- What's that?
Is it page 57, I think?
Yes.
Yes. So we're skipping forward to Superior Court 2 since Judge Meyer is here. If you want to step up to the microphone there by Sadie, that is the hot seat.
Oh, hot seat.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. I just had a break in my schedule, so I popped over here. I didn't
Well, we were getting close.
realize that you were
Even
there.
just moving
Yeah.
in order, so.
I appreciate the courtesy. Did you want to hear anything from me, or?
Were there any notes,
I can say.
Lisa or Jody, that you had,
So one of the things,
or questions?
yeah, one of the things we wanted to bring up is the pauper attorney. He had budgeted $60,000 for that, and I know this is going the wrong direction of what we're looking for, but based on, the actual right now for this year is $117,000. So looking at that and talking with the judge and what we're seeing in the courts now and in the future, we think that should be more around $90,000 versus $60,000. Now, if we want to keep it at 60, we need to anticipate him coming back asking for more next year. So I guess it just depends on what the council would be comfortable with, whether raising it a little bit now or seeing it come back.
Of course, it's going to see it come back.
Right. See what actually happens.
Okay.
See, I differ in that opinion. I'm looking at 21, 22, and he's right there, just at shy of 90. Blowing through it this year. So there's historical data to support going to 90. But it's a different opinion is all.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be realistic, if we don't want to go to 90, we need to go at least 80.
How about 50?
No, that's going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I
and then,
mean, it's like giving, Judge, you do a tremendous job. It is
Turn on the
what it is,
microphone.
I know that.
Turn on
Turn
your
your mic.
microphone.
Where is it?
Right here.
I know where it is. I mean, Judge, you do a tremendous job, and I know it is what it is, but it's like giving a blank check. So I say my personal opinion, leave it where it is. If it happens, maybe people stop doing crime.
we have to provide pauper service when it's appropriate by law. And it's not something that's optional. So he will come back and ask us for the money if he needs it. If he doesn't need it, then it comes back to the budget. It's not like he can spend it on a pauper attorney he doesn't need. I also think you need to think about the time that the judge and his staff is going to have to take, and our time, approving money that we think they're already going to spend. And that costs money as well. So we know that he spent $90,000 in 2022. I don't see anything changing that's going to make it be less than $90,000. As a matter of fact, I think with $90,000, he may have to come back and ask us for more. So I strongly support making it 90.
Okay. I see
3 or 4 heads.
3 or 4 heads shaking 90. Do we want to have a motion since we have kind of a difference of opinion, or how do we want to settle this?
I think the majority is agreeable, 90.
90.
Because it's going to exceed 90, and we're going to have it
Right.
back anyway.
Okay. So it looks like we'll just settle at 90. Okay. All right. Any other items that we need to attend to?
Under 1113, I think it's 4287.70 right now. We could bring that down to 37,262.
What, plus what? 30, what did you say, bring it down to?
Bring it down to 37,262 for 1113.
Okay. And what is that attributed to? Just so I get the salary.
It was a change in staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
The earlier number was based upon a staff member who had reached some longevity and was due to an increase. However, she recently left, so we're back to square one.
And then that also affects the 1220, same reasoning, from 12,740 to 11,675?
I've got it as a calculation, so.
Oh, perfect.
It should work itself in there.
Okay. That's all I had. Lisa, did you have anything else in yours?
I have a question on a point of understanding. On the pauper attorney, when we pay for these people's attorney, and they're out of county, do we get a collection rebate from these other counties on the pauper? Where does that money go?
It's my understanding that you would get a rebate from the state as participation, with the public defender program, and a percentage of this is always reimbursed by the state. The problem with why we're using out-of-county attorneys is because we've just exceeded our abilities to find lawyers here locally willing to take these cases. I mean, there's a shortage of attorneys statewide, and we're feeling the crunch. I'm sorry, out-of-county defendants?
Yeah, I think Councilman Basham was asking if you have a defendant who resides in a different county, but is a defendant in your court and
Oh.
offer services, whether there's any difference in how the money goes in there.
I don't think so. I think he or she's arrested here in the county, is prosecuted in this county, and it's our expense.
Right, it would be where the crime's committed.
Correct.
Jurisdiction.
Right.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on Superior 2?
Thank you all.
Judge. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for the courtesies. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Headed back up to Circuit Court.
Did you do 4D, Commissioner?
Did we do 4D?
No, we
No,
did
we did
not.
not. Okay, then 4D, excuse me. One more.
One of the changes you'll notice, line 1130, part-time, went from 23,000 to 0. What happened there is they created one FTE between, I guess, 3 part-time there, and it was absorbed in a different area. They're kind of
The
cross-training
Superior
using them.
3,
Yeah. So that's why that went down, which is why the overall total number went down a little bit. That's the only change that I noted.
Okay. All right. Then we'll move on to Circuit Court.
I didn't really have anything other than I wanted to note that the jury expense, the jury reimbursement, jury pay has increased, doubled. So that's why you'll see some of the jury expense numbers going up in jury pay.
And as well as the evaluation, some of those costs have increased to $500 per evaluation. Some are around $350, but they're starting to see them more and more at the $500 level. And sometimes they have to do multiple evaluations.
Okay. If there's nothing else there, we'll move on to Circuit Court, or Superior Court 1, excuse me.
Nothing, no real big change on this one. I will share, mainly because Judge Williams is one of the judges spearheading it. Something that we may see come up in the future is a request for a court administrator to try to bring kind of all the administrative duties and stuff in, so each judge doesn't have their own, really. So they are having that discussion as a group, and once they kind of all agree of what they're looking at and what they want to do, then they'll go through the process. But that's something I think we probably won't see until 2025 maybe, but I think we'll see it in the future, that position. Lisa, did you have anything on that? Okay.
And Jody, was that thought process for all courts, including 3, the juvenile?
No.
Or just the?
Just the, yeah, it
Okay.
did not include 3.
Thank you.
Okay.
I
All right.
want to address
Jury pay.
at the same time as we're addressing the court.
You could, I imagine you can take a couple thousand out of each budget and move to the jury pay fund. Do you want to move to that one now, or?
I'm trying to understand what the proposal is.
The jury pay fund
Yeah.
is separate from this, and we
Right.
could move some of these expenses, so
Oh,
we put
down
them
into-
down
Over a
here and
jury.
move them over there. But, you know, the fees for that, the costs that people pay, they won't be, they're increasing for next year, but they won't really be building back up because we had been depleting that over the years. So I don't know that we would get significant dollars, but we could move some.
Instead of keeping it in their own general
Right.
fund.
They have both accounts to choose from.
Yeah.
Which at lunch, I could try to estimate what I think the jury pay fund would look like and how much.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so we'll come back to that
Well, you'll
discussion.
probably, whenever you get to the jury pay.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move on to Superior 3? Or 4, excuse me.
Really, there's no changes to that budget based on last year.
So no recommended changes? Okay.
They don't have the same jury expense level, and so they didn't increase theirs, correct?
Mhm. And this court is also, one thing that the judge had mentioned is they get some grant funding, so they use up that grant funding before they tap into the county expenses.
Do we know what that is? I'm not aware of what grant that is.
Thinking the translator? Or, I don't have that in my notes either.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm talking about the wrong one. Ignore I just said that.
Strike from the record.
Strike from the record.
Oh, that was 6, sorry.
Okay.
Wrong court.
Strike that.
Okay. There's no other changes on 4, we'll move on to 5.
No changes from last year.
Lisa, did you agreed with that? Okay. Any questions from council? Okay. Superior 6.
comment I just made goes to this one, in case you
Okay.
didn't get that.
All right. So this is where this belongs. Insert here.
So that's the $10,000 translator line?
Yes.
They do get a grant for that, yes.
Okay.
Can that come
So what
down
does
at
that,
all?
yeah. Does that alleviate that 10,000? Does it eliminate the 10,000?
I don't think they know if they have it yet. So we run into the same that some of the other grants, we don't know until after budget. So historically, they've gotten it every year, so we would hope that they would.
Which is why their actuals like 0 for 21 and
Yeah.
low for 22. Okay.
So do we cut it with the idea being that they're going to get it and then
Come back if they
have
don't?
to come back, they come back?
That's an option.
Yeah, we could.
Zero it out and then just see what happens?
Because historically, they've received it every
Right.
year.
If they've
I don't know.
received it historically, then why would we not
I wouldn't
expect to?
I wouldn't zero it out because they did have actuals in 2022.
Right, but that was only 1 year out of how many? If we need to give an appropriation based upon the fact that they don't get, or something happens, then we could do that. But I don't, yeah.
I agree, zero it out.
I'm not excuse me, not trying to speak on behalf of Superior Court 6, but I do know, because I've had some experience recently with respect to translator services. I don't know about the grant, but I do know that there are times where, recently, where Superior Court 6 had to utilize translator or professional services that were outside of the realm of the current translators, Anna Maria and her team. And it was a very unique language issue out of somewhere other than around here. And they weren't able to utilize a phone line service translator. Anna Maria wasn't able, they had to hire someone to come in, and it was very expensive. In fact, I believe that it was above what they actually spent the entire year in 2022, and that was for just one case. So I would use just a word of caution as far as zeroing that out. That may be troublesome.
Do we cut it in half? 5,000?
I don't want to speak on behalf of Superior Court 6. I just want
We'll reach out to the judge during break.
Okay.
Okay. Put an asterisk by that one. Or a highlight. Sounds like a good plan. Okay. Any other changes for 6?
No.
If not, we'll move on to Superior 7.
We can remove from line item 1130, 3,000 for the part-time for this one. So zero that out. That's all the changes I have. Lisa, did you have anything else?
What do you say happened to the part-time? The workload's not heavy, or what? You said you removed the 3,000.
Well, they hadn't utilized that line item this year, and they don't think they'll need it for '24 either. That's it.
Okay. Then we'll shift gears over to Superior 3.
So no changes in the personnel line. going down to 3180 institutional care. You'll see a huge increase of 600,000. It is justified. I think if you talk to Judge Graham, if you talk to Rebecca Humphrey, anybody in juvenile, you will hear in the same factual information that some of the crimes that the juveniles are committing are such that the process feels that secure detention is where, unfortunately, these individuals need to be at, which comes as a costly expense that Jody has alluded to earlier, which, again, I think provides more support for that $1 million set aside for a brick-and-mortar facility, potentially looking at a juvenile option for down the road. I asked Judge Graham if she felt that if this trend was just kind of a unique time or if she's seen it over the duration, and she doesn't feel it's going to be going away soon, unfortunately. And so I would agree that the $600,000, while it is a huge increase, is justified on her part.
Why haven't we spent anything in the past there?
She spent half of her $300,000 budget by March because we appropriated more money for her.
Okay, but, I mean, why isn't it not showing up?
Oh, it's
on
in this
31?
line item.
Oh, it's up there.
Yeah, change line items.
I don't know how it ended up in that account, but we moved it to here.
So when you think about $600,000, that's not unrealistic moving forward for next year.
Yeah.
Even, could be even a little under. Hopefully not.
Yeah, and these juveniles are being transported all over the state, depending on what facility has openings. Juvenile probation are spending hours on the phone trying to find an opening. Transportation costs, I mean, you can go into all the ancillary costs of it as well. It's quite daunting, to be honest with you, to wrap your head around all of it.
So is Carrie Home working out?
Rebecca, do you want me to speak on that, or do you want to?
Carrie Home working out?
Yeah, so Carrie Home, well, Rebecca, correct me.
We just got our another year.
Yeah.
I don't know that I
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, John, Carrie Home services a different type of child than what the secured facility would.
Yeah, the level of offender.
Yeah, the level of offender.
So the,
But yes, Carrie Home does, has shown our own kids have done very well.
Yes, but youth who are carrying guns are not appropriate for carry home. They need locked up until they can move through the system.
What is the current daily per diem?
I'm going to say these words, and I'm going to remind you that we do not set our own daily per diem at Carry Home for Children. It's between $2,500 per day and $2,800 per day based upon the child. So the Department of Child Services set that per diem. So when I talked earlier about the fact that our overhead versus our census during COVID created a gap that drove up that per diem, that's going to drop for 2024 because our census has gone up and our overhead has stayed the same. So I say those words and people are like, it's how much? I know, but we did not set that amount.
And the per diem in a secure facility, when we place them outside, say, the county, what's the per diem that you?
So it depends on the type of youth. Right now, what are called juvenile detainees, who are juveniles being held as adults, that's $375 per day. In terms of juveniles who remain in the juvenile system, it's anywhere from $140 to $160 per day. But that's zero treatment. There's not any change happening in secure detention out of, especially out of county. That's not what it's just for that containment.
So locally, right now, we do not have any other in-county secure detention for any juveniles?
Correct. We do not have a locked facility for those kids who are carrying guns, and we need to figure out, are they going to continue to carry guns? Are they going to run from Carry Home to go get more guns, to retaliate? That's what we're seeing a lot of. And so they need to be contained until we can figure out what it is that they need to be safely returned back into the community. And some of those kids are coming back in through Carry Home, and they're doing really well.
Right, and currently, Group Homes is just providing emergency services through Schiller Home, is that correct?
So just girls, emergency shelter care, for girls, and then residential long-term care for girls. And they're typically for girls from the child welfare system. So out of 39 youth in 2022 who carried guns or committed violent person offenses, only one was a girl.
Thank you.
And if you look at locations of juvenile facilities, in the state, look at a map, there's nothing on the west side of the state between Terre Haute and Lake County?
Correct.
And that's just our little sliver of the state.
Is Muncie still in operation?
Muncie is not. There's a secure detention facility in Delaware County. But MRDC, the one that was in Muncie that we used predominantly years ago, is no longer in.
I've toured a couple of them, and up in Valparaiso, is it still
Yes.
going?
And there are several across the state, so there's 19 facilities now, secure detention facilities across the state. Of those, there are at least 7 that will not take youth outside of their community. So that then really restricts the number of places that our kids can go and availability of beds. And that's not because the beds are being filled across the state, but the same issues as the jail: staffing concerns, illness concerns, all of those things. Transportation.
And Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, there are none of the 12 facilities that take our kids will come and get our children. We have to transport them to their facilities, correct?
That is absolutely correct. And they won't return them for psychological evaluations, they won't return them for medical hearings, any of those kind of things.
So all of that transportation is taking place out of our sheriff's department?
Correct.
So 600,000 Bear State.
Okay.
We went through this in 2009, and of course, there was a different environment in 2009. The economy was in dire straits. Back then, it was $22.5 million to build it, and then I think $2.5 million a year to operate it.
Correct.
I mean, things have changed.
And you're right, we did a study of just juveniles who were arrested. How many of those juveniles possessed guns? Just got caught with guns at the time of their arrest. In 2022, it was 6%. In the first half of 2023, it's already risen to 11.6%. We don't see that the gun access that kids have is going to change anytime soon.
Right. The teenagers are following in the footprints of people a little older than them, and a lot of them can't get them to go to school. They won't go to school. Truant officers and everything like that. I'm not showing up to school, and they don't. Got another issue going on.
Okay. We'll leave that alone. Any other items to note there? All right. Moving on to CASA.
CASA, we met with them. There were some things going back and forth with your office, Jennifer, in terms of like personnel costs from what we had originally, but essentially no changes that we met with them on from the budget.
Yeah, and I recalculated those, so from 60 to 42 and 70 down to 45. That was the Social Security and PERF, yeah.
Okay, any other changes to be made? That was rather uneventful. All right.
We have Health Department and benefits, yeah.
Okay.
In general fund.
All right, Health Department. Is Amy going to be on the hot seat?
Amy, do you want me to go through what we talked about, and then you just correct me as...
That's fine.
When I make a mistake?
I got you.
All right, thank you. In terms of the personal services, there are no changes for that area. Going under supplies, 2110 reduced to 3,500. Looking at 2220, there was an increase to $85,000. We discussed that, and what that is, that's actually your revenue-producing line item that they can bill out of, and so they make money out of those things. Amy, what, is that like, it's not vaccines, though?
Mm-hmm.
It is vaccines?
It is. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going down to 2340, dropping that from $500 to $100. And then continuing down to other services and charges, professional services legal, drop that from $8,000 to $1,000. Translator, 3170 from 2,500 to 500. The professional services other from 21,000 to 2,100. That was a typo.
Ben, I had note on the 3150 line, taking it from 1,000 down to 100. Am I
That's correct.
mistaken?
I might have missed that.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. We had a lot of changes.
Yeah, we did. We had a lot of scratches on
Yeah.
that.
3210, dropping that down from 6,000 to 100. 3240, that was zeroed out. Correct, Amy?
Yes.
Okay. 3510, dropping that utilities down to 500. 3620, repair and maintenance vehicle equipment, dropping that down to 100. 3910, dropping that down to 1,000. Amy, did I miss anything, or Kevin?
No, that
I
was
think
it.
that's all of it. Do you want to explain a little bit of where?
Yeah,
some
so
of that
the reason why a
funding's
lot of
coming
this is being reduced is the county and the health department have entered into the health department with a grant, the new state grant for health for next year. It is a matching grant, though, so that's why we have to have some money and some of the funds there to show matching components of it, but we're able to shift some of that stuff out into the, I think it's about 2.5 million in '24.
It's 20, yeah, we're at, well,
Ish.
it depends on how many counties opt in. Right now, I believe we're at 76 counties have opted in. So it could vary, but we're a little over 2 million.
So that money's being shifted to that there, and then in '25, it's going to be more money in that health department grant from the State Department of Health.
So is this a new grant or a larger grant?
It's part of, I believe, Governor Holcomb's increase in public health funding.
Yeah, it takes the place of the maintenance and the trust. So,
And the hope is it will continue on for many, many, many years down the road, but as of right now, it's just 2 years guaranteed at this moment in
well,
time.
not a guarantee, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hopeful.
And there's no shift of people from general fund to that funding?
We're not shifting any people, right?
No.
Yeah.
We are making additions, but they are coming out of that Health First fund. So,
And is because there is an increase there in wages?
that's just the regular 5%.
That's
bonus,
just the
yeah.
5%?
Yeah, there's no one added.
Okay, okay. So that one position that we talked about,
It still needs to go through council next month, but yeah, we did not have a nursing supervisor for a bit and the immunization nurse, so we have the funding sitting there to cover that until January.
okay, but for '24, how is that funded?
It's put into the HFI.
Into the?
Into the Health First Indiana, so it's
Okay,
HFI.
okay, all right, perfect.
So.
Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing else. We'll move on to employee insurance.
And this, I just plugged in the same numbers as we've had for the past several years, seeing that we were hearing no increase in health insurance, but I believe in the other accounts, we don't have renewals yet. Is that correct?
The 31st, automatically takes CEQA and their numbers with us.
Okay, so those are staying the same for now, anyway. Do we have any idea, I mean, our balances stayed pretty healthy there.
In the health insurance fund?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It really hasn't changed much at all, everything that we put, but you've been contributing from the rainy day, so whether or not we need to look at that again, I don't really think so.
As far as beefing up from the rainy day or going back the other, or?
Well, I would like to see us replace what you've spent from rainy day with some of the cash balance
that we're going to end up with
that you're going to
this year.
have, yes.
Right. And especially with the fact that we've spent our cash balance down, and then we've also had a minimum budgeted amount that we set back many years ago when our annual budget out of the general fund was quite a bit lower than what it is now. So we'll probably want to address both of those items.
Maybe after lunch.
Yep. So where are we? Have we made any traction, made any impact at all?
Added a lot back to the budget, so you started with 65.9 and you are at 65.8.
Wow, boy, we're really making headway here, folks.
But we did add in all those new.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice, they're all in.
So we went through all that and basically got nowhere.
What percent? Oh, we're not.
Not for '24, I don't believe.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody offered, we had a $5,000 increase offered up from the villa. We know that Carry Home is not going to be at the level that it is this year. And we already factored in an increase, we factored in for interest 90% of what the trend is for this year. So Yadira and I talked about that quite a bit, and we feel like at some point rates will go down, but we don't know if that will be start of next year, end of next year. So we felt 90% of this year would be a safe number. And then the sheriff, so that's this 260. And I've talked to Captain Lehman. I don't know if Bob's still here. Yep.
Yeah.
He's hiding.
No, but you're here.
But you're here.
Next year.
Yeah, next year, you're talking about the DOC holds?
Yes.
Yes, so John, you have.
He's going to get over that.
Okay, so DOC isn't taking the inmates right now because they're had a software change and it's a mess, so it's an administrative nightmare to bring anybody else in. But typically we would get at least $500,000 in July. They're restructuring that, so we have absolutely no idea how much we'll get in July of 2024. You can't even guess. We could throw whatever number you want in there, but it's probably not going to be accurate. At this rate, we're, what, 3750 times 57 per day. What's that, roughly $2,700 a day is what we're bringing in now, but that'll be, we bill every other month, but that's for this year.
Sheriff, how about any potential funding from the commissary account?
Commissary's at $30,000 right now because we've had to use that to buy other equipment and stuff because money's tied everywhere. And we've had to use it for software programs like Heimdall, so we can communicate with LPD and the other, so we can communicate with LPD. The other agencies are all on the same system caliber.
The account's down to 30,000?
Yep.
With the population of over 500?
Yep. We had to pay back roughly about $185,000 because we didn't get billed one year from the old phone provider. We weren't making any money off GTL, absolutely nothing. We were actually paying them a few $1,000s a month just for their service. So we obviously switched. But that, as you know, that process takes time to switch those contracts. So we went all last year without really bringing absolutely nothing in.
Thank you.
Yep.
So is it a matter of you just don't know how much, but you know you'll get something?
Well, I would assume we would get something, but again, I don't know what that'll be. The program they're switching to is supposed to make it so we're not holding as many sentenced individuals in our facilities, but again, we're one of the biggest, and we're going to be holding people.
So for all these that we're holding now, though, do you think that those are going to get corrected and we're going to get money yet in
we should get money.
23?
Yeah, we bill every 2 months for that.
Or will we have some of this stringing out into 24, I guess is the question.
Some of it absolutely should string out to 24.
So if that's the case, 260 seems really low to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
you could double it, yes.
Right. That's why I'm trying to get to.
You should be able to. We should get well over $500,000.
Right.
But if they get this program, the software working properly, and they pull everybody out of the jails, it might be 260.
But is that probable, I guess is the point.
No. I mean, they keep putting it back on the jails.
So if that's the case, then we could probably put 5 or 550 in there without
You could probably put
trouble.
550 in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Take it, go ahead, what do we need to, just click on that thing and throw whatever number you need in there, Kevin.
I know.
Yeah.
700?
I don't know.
That's it.
I mean,
I feel like we need an auctioneer here.
It's probably all a matter of how quickly they can get this thing
Yeah,
fixed.
and the other thing is,
where
again, we obviously don't want them in there, and just because there's other things offered to them when they're in prison. But by having them in there, it's obviously bringing in revenue. Again,
Right.
you just don't want to make money off of people like that.
No, but do we have the expenses associated with them built into our budget?
We do, but
Yeah.
thankfully, we don't get the same amount of money they get for juveniles. Where'd she go? We get $37.50. Huh? We just get a little less than they do.
Right.
We could send them to carry home. We could send them, if we did this, we could have this whole budget thing solved in about, I don't know, 20 hours. We send them over to carry home and build the state.
Put 700 in there if we don't reach it.
Yeah, we'll write you a check. You take a check?
Well, what do we think? What's realistic? At least, I mean, do we think 700 is probably within the realm of more likely?
I think it's probably more likely. As you can see, things are trending up, and the crimes aren't, they're more serious.
Yeah. Okay.
go too far, go back down to the health department. I'd put Amy on the spot.
Oh, I can take care of the health department for you.
Well, we just gave you another person where it came to doing the pools and restaurants and everything else. Suppose we got more people be out there and look and see about more. All right, Amy, would you like to be the person? Well, we just gave you another person and you're redoing your pools and your restaurants and all your inspections and everything else. We're supposed to be able to get more people, we're supposed to be more inspections, which should be more revenue. It's not. But yet your numbers haven't changed on revenue side. Scroll down, Jennifer. Oh, are you right there?
Where you want me to be, which line item?
Which lines
Go
are you
down,
talking?
go back down. Go back
Yeah.
down.
Have Amy come up to the mic so we can get this recorded.
Right there, because you're showing pools 30,000, 30,000. I mean, the numbers are even down lower than what they were last year, even though we just gave you another person to theoretically get more. I'm just going by what your numbers are there.
Sorry. So let me think. So our pools and food service, so far this year, food service and pools together are, so far this year, we've made 125,000.
Well, half a year, you've made 26,000 on permits and inspections, and you're only estimating 30,000 for next year, so shouldn't that almost be double?
That is what we project for next year. For pools. Where are you finding septic? No. You're talking septic permits for 30, Alex? So septic, we're running out of ground, and we're also, so septics are not as prevalent as pools and restaurants, and we're growing in restaurants by leaps and bounds.
Because you're getting, I'm just saying, you're basically saying the same numbers as last year, but not much. Yeah, let's bring your septics down.
Well, seasonal, yeah.
Amanda needs to be on the mic.
Well, I just know we added another person to you to hopefully get all more inspections done and such.
Well, it's to get caught up, too.
That'd be awkward.
That would be really awkward, John.
Yeah, because we have to inspect twice a year, so.
But you also gave you more money for vaccines, which is supposed to be where you generate more funds, so which line would that be?
Vaccinations, we have 110 for next year coming in, projected.
Which line?
one?
Which line is that?
0420. Right down there.
So that one's the one that went from up to 455.
Yes.
Okay.
People are beginning to vaccinate more again, so our numbers have been going up.
So that's the one, Dave, that went up from,
Well, you gave 15,000 more in the general because it goes to generating. So
Right.
you take percentage-wise, 85 to 80,000 got you 420,000. Whatever that number was.
And if they pass the rule that we can do birth certificates for any county, that will go up.
That will go up as well, yeah.
The 70,000 last year got you basically 400,000, so 85,000 will be getting you more than 45.
Yeah, and like Amanda just said, the vital records, they are shooting to pass that we can print for any county in the state rather than just our own, so that will change things as well. We won't have to turn anyone away when they do come in.
475.
You want to tack on another 20,000 on there? Sure.
okay.
We're going to take an extra
We'll
mic
just-
and put it in the back, in case anybody, otherwise we can't hear it and she'll never get it for meeting minutes.
Yeah. Did everybody hear that? If anybody in the back needs to be speaking, grab the mic, because otherwise the meeting minutes will never be able to record who it was that was speaking.
That's why that wasn't my voice talking.
Is that why you did that without a mic, Dave? All right. After those changes, where did that put us?
22.
Okay, 2.2. Still a long way to go. All right. It's 10 till.
I think I had lunch break at quarter till.
Yeah, quarter till. So we'll,
I'm ready.
yeah, I think we're ready for a lunch break. Yeah,
We could.
if, do we want to do a quick personnel? Okay. All right. All right, so we are going to take lunch till, what, quarter 20 after 1? Yeah,
20 after 1?
yeah, well, we had
Okay.
scheduled an hour and a half.
120.
1:20. No. Thank you all.
Okay, because I thought about that, 'cause that's
you where we are currently with the general fund with respect to a few adjustments that have come in kind of here over the lunchtime frame. And then we're going to move on into other budgets, and then we will talk about what we were talking about here just most recently is then what do we do to try to bridge this final gap that we have currently going on. So Jennifer, if you could kind of give us a recap of where we're at.
I know you've had like 3 different conversations going on, so you were going to add some to revenue, and then we had some budget items to add back as well. Are you wanting to do those? Because where you're at with the charge before you is that you are still, and this is where we left it, you're still at 65.8 of budget, and have increased revenue, about 900,000 there. And then you said later you wanted to have a discussion about whether 96 was appropriate or not.
Yeah,
so.
let's leave that toward the end of the afternoon.
Okay.
So let's do what we're going to do in terms of adjustments on the income side and the expense lines.
Yep, and you had the villa, you said?
Yes, the villa said to move an additional 25,000 into the income line there.
Okay. Anything else on revenue? I think that was all I heard.
Yeah. Ben, did you have some other areas that you'd mentioned?
Not on revenue, but on expenses. On the health department, we can move one line item to 0.
Oops, I went too far.
So the 1112, the appointee health officer, that will come out of the Healthy First Indiana, the health grant coming out. So they're going to shift that out of that fund.
Is that correct?
Is that the right one?
Okay.
Okay, and then we had personnel committee met.
Yes. Personnel committee met. So probation, we're going to add.
And is he here? Are we adding that
there's
to
Dave.
general fund or to one of your other funds? General fund. Okay.
So this will be contingent upon approval by the commissioners. But the proposal is that there will be 2 supervisory positions. What's the official title, Sadie?
It is, so the process is we are eliminating 1 juvenile probation officer, and we will be adding 1 juvenile probation intake supervisor. And it should net to a $5,000 increase, because that's the increase for a supervisor.
But main discussion was alleviating having 1 single person be in charge of the 24/7 responsibilities with intake and constantly having to deal with juggling, the personnel and all the different issues that go on there, that hopefully that will make it a little bit better for any one particular person. Anything else?
Not aware of anything.
Okay.
Superior Court 6. We left it in there. Superior Court 6. We had a question about the translator fund, whether we should leave it at 10,000. Okay, and Judge Morrissey was just here, and he explained to us that the 10,000 would be an addition. He would need addition even if he did get the grant. So, and it is the translation services for the entire court system. It's not just Superior Court 6.
Gosh darn it.
So we cannot reduce that one.
Okay.
Okay, are we moving on to other budgets?
We are moving on to other budgets.
This is one that I'm not sure that we usually budget for at budget time. The sheriff's department comes in after the first of the year and has, I don't know, a
Yeah, I was going to
dozen
say,
or
this is
so
one that I don't know if we've ever looked at before.
funds that they ask for appropriation for in January or February. So we just decided to add them into this process. I didn't estimate their revenues necessarily, but they will get revenue. We just mainly wanted to get their budget for them established. Any comment you wanted to make about that, Terry? Any comment you wanted to make about that accident fund?
Might add some more to that one. Sheriff, does the Yeti come out of that fund? Sorry, it's too quick after lunch.
He's no longer eligible.
Sorry. Okay, next, campaign finance enforcement. Yeah.
No, Julie's.
So this is just a new account, I believe, for people that do not properly file their campaign finance forms. We have not been fining people, and my understanding is we're supposed to be, so it's not a lot of money there projected, but
Yeah, and she didn't ask for anything.
yeah.
You said they haven't been finding people?
Not that I'm aware of. Mm-mm.
They are now.
Yeah, they're going to start. That's why they're. So if you don't have your campaign finance forms properly filled out.
$25, and I was 3 hours late. Because I was out of town. Hopefully they get a lot of money out of that.
No, we want people to do it right. We don't want to.
I know one person that ran for state rep, I don't know why, but years ago, they got $90,000.
Okay. Eat it.
Yep, eat it. Tom? Unless you want Paula to explain it all.
Do you want to go line item by line item, or do you want to ask questions, or how do you want to do that?
How do you think Kathy would be best to get to get a good explanation? Since it was clear as mud when we met before.
There's a lot of questions about that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you have no questions in regard to personnel services, correct?
For Zach's section?
Zach's section is first, yes. And then you'll, Zach, you want to come on up? Sure. Where is Zach?
Okay. Get the mic turned on. Which exactly, what do you want to go over, Tom? The culverts and drains?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I guess in a nutshell, I think the current balance is roughly 1.2. My intentions were to ask for enough additional to bring a grand total of $3 million for next year of 2024. So basically 1.8 in additional money So the thought would be to roll the 1.2 over to next year and then add another 1.8, which would total 3 for the John Bowes drain reconstruction project, which is just north of Cowborough Road on County Farm or Salisbury Road. Last week on Monday when we met, my understanding was at least the 1.8 was taken off. So I guess I'm looking for clarity on that. Yeah. So I guess I would ask if possible that if no new monies will be approved, then at a minimum, I would ask that the existing balance at the end of this calendar year be rolled over to next year in 2024, because I have existing contracts I need to go ahead and finish on multiple different regulated drain projects. So that would ensure there's money there to do that. So that's it in a nutshell on the culverts and drain. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Jennifer, can that 1.2 be done with the encumbrance process if he has contracts?
Well, here we go again. So he could encumber 1.2 million, but what he was trying to do here with 3 million was, instead of encumbering it, he wanted 1.2 plus 1.8.
Yeah.
So I would rather not encumber it and just budget what you truly need in '24.
Because you won't be using any of that 1.2 this year?
Yeah, some of it. I just don't,
See,
I
that's
can't
the
tell you
problem
exactly what it is, off the top of my head.
So if you can't tell us, then I think we agreed to cut this 3 million down to 200,000
Yeah.
and then let you encumber what is left.
Right, yeah, yes, and Jennifer and I did talk about that on Friday last week, and I think that's workable. As long as everybody else is agreeable, I think I can make that work. And just for clarification, we're talking about rolling the 1.2 over and then plus the 2, right?
It won't be
No.
1.2.
Okay.
If you're spending some this year.
Oh, yeah, okay, so let
won't
me
be
restate that.
1.2,
Yeah, so
right.
whatever the balance is at the end of this year, I can roll that over. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's totally separate. So he's getting to that next.
So doing that, though, the project still we're still able to get the project done that you,
I can't guarantee that, no.
okay.
I'm going to, we talked about on Monday last week, I will look at breaking it into phases to see maybe if we can do like half of it next year, but I can tell you based off of the cost that I'm seeing, this year or within the last 12 months, I don't think 1.2 or approximately 1.2 will be enough to do the whole project. So I doubt it.
But it can be done in phases.
Well, I think so. I have to look at that. I can tell you it'll cost more by doing it that way because we'll have to pay mobilization and demobilization twice, and that's not cheap on big machinery. So just roughly off the top of my head, probably $40,000 to $60,000 on mob and demob on a project like that. So just not necessarily the end of the world, but just keep that in mind. So.
Is that?
Yeah.
I just need a 10-second
Microphone.
I just need a 10-second answer.
Sure.
You mentioned culverts.
Uh-huh.
What part do you play in that? Because I thought the highway, they do culverts.
They do, John. I didn't name that fund. That's just what
It's
somebody
just the
come
name
up
of
with the name of the
account.
fund.
It's culverts and drains.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that we literally spend money on culverts.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. The gentleman yields. You're
Yeah.
right. All right.
No, you're right, John. Yes, it's just the name that somebody put on on that line item. I don't even know the history on it.
All right. Rock and roll.
Okay, so you're 650,000.
Yeah, so we want to move on to
Yes.
which, you're talking about phase 2 now, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So, I try to make this as short and sweet as I can. If you remember last year during the budget hearing process, we had agreed for $1 million to be put into the phase 2 fund after the first of the year, which January of 2023, earlier this year. For whatever reason, that didn't happen, and at this point, it doesn't matter. But I still have the same problem as I had last year. There's not enough money in that fund. So I requested some funds. I think I requested $1 million to be put in there. During our meeting last week on Monday with the commissioners and council reps, I think we'd agreed to, or at least for me to be on the council agenda for September for $200,000, and then $600,000 or $650,000 was it 650? Yeah, I guess it's 650 as shown there on the screen, would then be approved for next year's budget. So a grand total of $850,000, and I'm agreeable to that as long as everybody else is. So.
And I did get clarification from State Board of
Yes.
Accounts that they would prefer all of the Phase 2 expenses be paid directly from the EDIT fund.
Okay, so they did confirm
As
that.
opposed to
Okay.
moving money to Phase 2.
Sure,
Yes.
sure. And it makes no difference to me. Jennifer and I talked about this on Friday, and she was seeking clarification. It sounds like you received it, which is good. The history on that, my understanding was in the early 2000s when the county was required by the Indiana Department of Environmental Management to comply with the new MS4 permit, that Phase 2 fund was set up. So it's the way in which we were operating has been consistent for the last 20 years, but for whatever reason, State Board of Accounts would like us to do it differently, and that's fine, no worries. So I don't know exactly why it was set up that way. My guess was very similar. Jennifer and I talked about this on Friday. She and I, both, and I'm not speaking for Jeff, if you disagree, correct me, or if I'm remembering wrong, correct me, but I think she and I both think that it may have been set up that way in anticipation of a stormwater utility fee being set up, so it'd have its own fund, and those stormwater utility monies would go into that, which I don't know that I can actually prove that, but that would make logical sense. So. I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's the story on that line item or that fund.
So in light of them giving that response, though, your Phase 2 budget is like
Yeah.
$882,000 for next year.
Yeah.
So this either needs to be increased or the budget decreased or a combination of both.
Or both, yeah.
So is that something we can look at in the next?
Yeah, I think we can. Can you and I look at that between now and when the council has to approve the budget in September? Is that
So
fair
if
enough?
everybody's agreeable to that,
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I'll put the 650 in for now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Other things.
So going past wages, I'm assuming you don't have any questions on that section?
No.
And I know Paula passed out sheets pertaining to professional services and
We cut it.
You cut it down.
We cut it to 1.5 million.
1.5.
I know, but did you hand out the sheets, though? Okay.
Not to everybody, but.
That's 911.
Oh, that's 911. I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, emailed, okay.
Yeah, that's 1.5.
Do the sheets matter too much if we know what that cut is? Hmm?
You want the actual sheet that has all, everything listed on it? Put it on that one.
You didn't put it on here?
No, it's over here, but I can send it to you if you want.
didn't you have line items that added up to the 2 million?
No, we cut it, I have, what's it, the total now is 1.458040. So that gives us $41,960.
Okay, tell me that number again.
Here, I'll send this to you.
Well, I'm not going to
Oh.
open it.
1458040.
Okay.
And that's taking out the quality correctional, other professional services contract for $300,000.
And do we have a home for that?
I thought they had proposed that community corrections would take that out of either user fees or some of the other funds. Make sure that's still.
Okay. Okay.
Are you wanting me to pull your spreadsheet up?
No, it's okay.
No? Okay.
Yeah. We cut a few other things out of there too, so yeah, we got it down to 1.458040.
Okay.
And then buildings municipal is the animal shelter. And kind of like what I talked about at the last council meeting, we are budgeting for the entire remainder of the project. And then there's revenue that will be reimbursed on this from both the cities of Lafayette that amounts to $2.3 million. And you'll see that accounted for in the revenue section of the EDIT. Line 0730.
Okay. Any questions? Got a pretty good increase in the 4510 line, Tom. What all is included in that?
Surveyor has a GPS robotic total station upgrade. Highway has a motor grader and bobcats and trail plow. Did you already talk about the jail roof?
No.
The change you were going to do with the jail roof?
Which line item is that in, Paula? 4510?
It's in 40, it would be in 4310.
4310.
Yeah, you proposed taking $325,000 out of EDIT and taking $1 million out of lit public safety for bricks and mortar.
For the jail roof?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was 662.
It was, but they changed it because they want the $1 million to come out of lit public safety, so they cut this back down to $325,000.
Minus 325?
Are we sure about that? Because I think that 4237 is the animal shelter number entirely, isn't it?
No, 4310, no, you changed that to 3.9 million, and then you were going to adjust revenue. And then you said the jail roof, that $1 million was going to come out of lit public safety, and $325,000 would come out of EDIT.
Okay.
So, 325.
At 325 coming out of this, and then $1 million across the
So the 325 should be here, according to your notes?
So the 4310 account now should be at $4,225,000.
225?
Yes, ma'am. So the 3.9, well, I assume the animal shelter, are you going to keep it at 3.9? Tom?
I'm pulling up my numbers here.
Because that's, we added within what we, our obligation minus what we had last year of the equal 3%. And there was a 2.3 return because of percentages, right?
Mhm. That's in as, you good, Tom?
Go on, I'll check.
Okay. I don't know that we had any other,
Yeah, I didn't have anything else noted, did you?
So I did have a change with the do it at that point. On line 4510, machinery and equipment. Let's see, no, under do it, further down. Yeah, there it is, the 588 can be down to 538. His expenses came in lower than he was expecting.
Okay. Are we good there?
so revenue is expected to be 12.8, and we have the budget of 14.2, just recognizing that you are spending into the cash balance if you spend
If
all of that.
gets
But
spent.
yeah, it typically doesn't, so.
What's the current balance?
Let's see, is it 15 or 16 million? Eat it. $14.5 million.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, comments on Eat It? All right, let's go on to perpetuation. Do you have any notes?
No,
Lisa
I don't, Lisa,
or
did you?
Jody?
I didn't have any on. There's not much. Change. No, some of the things that have zero spent at this point, it comes in the later in the year, so.
Okay. We're okay with that. We'll go on to community corrections. This is the user fee fund, correct?
I will say on the community corrections, 1110 increased. They're shifting some positions from lit public safety to here, which is why that one. On 1130, just as FYI, they had 6 vacant positions. It's the reason why the current expenditure through half the year is so low, at 30,000, is because of the vacancies, which we've heard, I think, a lot today. And then 3190 is, Kelly, I'm going to get this wrong, Jason. This is your additional, like, equipment needs and things like that for your user fees, right? Okay, maybe I didn't get it wrong. But they have an increased number of participants, so higher cost or...
Replacement costs, yeah.
What is the current balance in this one, by chance?
Then those positions moved out of public safety to general, are they listed in those categories?
I don't know that answer.
I don't believe that they are. Well, he may have submitted it that way, though, so.
A little under 1.5, okay.
Cash in 1122.
So when we talked about,
Kathy, microphone.
Back in the commissioner's budget, there was $300,000 that got moved. And
Well-
where did it go?
I believe that they were going to try to get them to take it out of user fees.
Correct. So where would that go in this budget then? If we're talking about user fees here for community corrections?
That was the email you sent
It was a
him last week.
$300,000 contract. It was the nursing, quality correctional nursing contract.
Right.
Is that the 300,000 on lit public safety? 3145? That's a different...
Yeah, that must be, I don't have anything to do with that one.
Commissioners had it in their EDIT budget
Right.
of 300,000, so,
another professional service.
Yeah.
right.
In other professional services.
Okay.
But we cut that.
And cut it and put it into here. But where?
It's nowhere that I know of.
Okay, so it needs to be.
It needs
Needs to be
put
put
in.
somewhere.
Well,
Yeah.
It was being proposed that it be from the user fees because that had a high balance.
Or a grant, whatever.
Right.
So we're talking about nursing, which is going to dovetail into a completely different conversation. So I don't know, Ben, if you want to have that conversation now?
We can.
Or if you want to wait.
Yep, we can just do it now.
Okay. So as you know, with our population growing, our need for medical services within community corrections grows every day. We currently have a contract with Quality Correctional for 56 hours of nursing. That provides us with 40 hours of a nurse and 16 hours of a QMA right now. That balance, I apologize, I'll pull it up real quick here. What we pay for them is $217,000 a year. We pay for that service. We have asked for what does that look like to increase it to 80 hours, so we don't have corrections officers also being nurses and distributing medication, because as you know, that's not a good practice that we want to be in as an agency, and that I don't think the county wants to be in, having that done. That unfortunately is happening quite frequently with the number of medications and the number of people that are on that. So we asked them, well, what is it going to cost to have 80 hours? That number for 2 full-time nurses balloons to $308,527.78 a year. So we started talking about, well, what does it look like if we bring those services in-house? We've had conversations with Commissioner Brown, Dr. Loomis, Amanda, the health department. What if we hired 2 nurses, similar to what the health department has, the same job description and everything like that? We could do a lot more for a lot less, and we would eliminate 2 of our part-time corrections officer positions because we can't hire 6 part-time people right now. See if we can make those 2, take 2 of those, make those 2 part-time QMAs and increase our numbers from 80 hours or the 56 hours now to 138 hours a week. So if we just added 2 full-time nurses, that cost to the county is approximately $191,752.44. So you're looking at $109,000 savings if we bring those services in-house. There's some liability insurance that obviously we'd have to have. The health department has agreed to cover those. The health department has agreed to cover or add in additional 10 hours a week of nurse practitioner services, and Dr. Loomis would have oversight of the nursing positions that we would propose, so we could save a significant amount of $100,000 plus if we go away from quality correctional, we bring things in-house. I understand that there's some concerns about liability. It's completely different in my mind than that of a jail setting. What our nurses do are more triaging. If they need to send those out, obviously we just call a medic or arrange for transportation for them to go get services that they might need. But having the ability to have a nurse practitioner at our disposal and Dr. Loomis, who's obviously very available and willing to help at all hours of the day and night, I think seems to make a good argument that we look to maybe create those 2 positions, go through that process, and save $100,000. So then I don't know if you guys want to have any thoughts on those.
How many people are we talking about that they'd be servicing?
Well, we have a capacity for 168 people because of staffing. We capped that at about 140 people. I suspect that over half of those are on medication, and not just one medication, several medications. We're also bringing in medications from medicated assisted treatment facilities that we have to help administer, as well as the triaging of aches and pains and bumps and bruises that they might have in what we do. There is also the potential for billing with the health department. We could have a revenue stream that might generate a decent amount. I don't want to throw any numbers out to get people's hopes up, but there could be a point where we're billing for physicals and the assessments that we're doing, which would make this kind of a self-sustaining fund. And Amanda, I don't know if you want to speak to that anymore.
Yeah, so in our new grant funding, we added a medical transcriptionist, so we will be adding billing codes to the health department. Those billing codes for Jason's nurses and ours will go back into the general fund.
I have a concern question. So we just went through a lot of this with the
Microphone, Sadie.
Sorry. We just went through a lot of this with the villa, and we had to restructure their positions and how we are allowed to and able to give medication to those people. So I guess I would have great concern about the legalities and the state codes of if we are even allowed to do something of the sort.
And I have concern. I appreciate the innovation. I mean, we're all looking for better and more cost-efficient ways to do things. Has any other community corrections facility in the state of Indiana done this? Or is this the first?
It's across the board. There's some that contract it. There's a lot that are in the jail, so they have those jail services. I don't know. There's 78 of them, and 78 do it different ways. So.
Right, but my question is partnering with their own county health department. That segment, have they, is this been done before?
I don't know. I could send out an email and ask, but I don't know.
I know I talked to Dr. Loomis the other day regarding legal concerns and liability purposes, and he has a lack of description from an intern, someone who's familiar with the legal system, researching cases against correction facilities only, not jails, but corrections, and they just aren't, he's not concerned at all from a legality standpoint of any issues with that.
And I do know that he has talked to our insurance provider.
Dr. Jackson, or Bogan, Jackson Bogan, I think.
Has great comfort, and they are on board with what we're trying to do. So I know it's been vetted through those channels as well.
Yeah, the medical malpractice costs are essentially very, very little that the health department would cover in this type of situation.
I'd be eager to hear Doug's take on this.
Well, I just want to make sure, I haven't heard from the Mitchell Agency directly. I remember when we had nurses at the jail, it was a problem because the nurses could get medical malpractice insurance, but the county couldn't get medical malpractice insurance the same way as a hospital, say, could. So I just want to know that if somebody gives a community corrections participant the wrong drug and there's a medical malpractice case, our insurer is going to go ahead and take over the liability defense, because we got into a whole bunch of, I understand that jail's different, and I haven't seen any community corrections cases either, so there might be much less risk. But I remember, because we employed jail nurses, 15 years ago or whatever it was, then we had an outside provider with the doctor. They'd just lump us all in with the medical malpractice case, and we had a much harder time defending those cases than when we had all the medical stuff outside, and we were only liable for running a jail with, general competence rather than medical competence. So I guess my main concern would be making sure the Mitchell Agency says that if they sue Tippecanoe County for medical malpractice, we don't have to worry about anything. I suspect there's some nuances, and I don't know if they've looked at it yet. So anyway, I'm concerned, but a lot of that has to do with my experience when the jail employed nurses, so that's where I'm coming from. And Sadie's point, I think that had to do with being licensed as a residential care facility, and I mean, that point's well taken, but I think it's going to be a different set of regulatory structures than at the Villa than at community corrections.
And is the 300,000, is that an exact figure for quality?
It's actually 308, 52778.
And that would be a contract that would be effective January 1?
Correct.
Okay.
And I will tell you, I have some concerns that they can fulfill that contract. They struggle right now getting us the hours that we currently have, and they kind of make up for it in some back ends, but they're stretched thin like everybody else is, and our nurse runs 3 different jails on top of ours. And so, I don't know if it's, if you're not comfortable with having the nurses, do we open that back up for a different company to look at? What does that look like? But just understand that, and you're all aware, the medical component to any correctional facility, including community corrections, is growing as the day grows. And it only gets more complicated when we have medicated assisted treatment and all the things with ADA that I learn about every single day. Thanks to Paula, that we have to cover and that we can't just brush aside like we may have done in the past. So it is a huge burden on our facility, and again, trying to reduce the staff portion of that to the utmost extent that we can.
So I think from what I'm hearing from all interested parties, more work to be done with the legal side of things, making sure everyone is okay with the positions from a commissioner's standpoint, HR, all the above. But from a fiscal component, Jason, can we put, say, $200,000 out of user fees to cover this?
We can, but we have a healthy balance now, but it wasn't so long ago when I walked in 7 years ago that was not the case. Also understanding that your 5 and 8% doesn't come out of your budget, it comes out of those user fee budgets. So all those positions come out of my user fees, which reduce the number of services and things like that we can provide. So I'm very cautious when we start spending down some of that stuff of what that looks like. It's typically come out of public safety in the past. I think that's an appropriate place for it. Again, I'm not opposed. I just want you to understand that with these budget increases, that is a direct impact on us from a user fee standpoint.
And that's the $300,000 request out of the public safety, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So those are the same thing? There's 300,000 in public safety, and there was 300,000
Right.
in
I
commissioners.
think we're asked to submit
Yep.
to both.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So, but we want to add it here and
Well,
not...
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not making the decision. I was just trying to gauge
Right.
his professional input on that.
And again, what's the balance of this one?
Just under 1.5?
The other option is to reduce our public safety by 100,000, from 300 to 200. Keep it there for now. Let the process play out.
So I had notes on the public safety one for, for anything that wasn't salary that they submitted, I had a note, move it to either general fund or wherever, but swap it back out for salaries, because we know that we already cut the cars out of here. And so we were making room for salaries.
In the lit public safety.
Lit. Yeah, so there were those two items. So you have 113.5, I'm not sure what that one was. Professional services other.
So that pays for our electronic, part of our electronic monitoring, which is $62,500 every month. And then, so it pays for like a month and a half of that. And then our Caliber subscription is what those professional services are.
Because all of the public safety recommendations came out after budgets were submitted, so they're already in here. And then there were 3 items under the prosecutor section that were.
So then Jennifer, that 62.5, that again was in professional services for Edens.
We always submit it with that as well.
That one I kept. That one I kept.
You kept that?
I kept that one.
And that was part of
There
this?
was some discussion, but there was a reason I think we had to put so much in it or something.
Yeah.
So we kept that. I kept that one, okay.
What is the projected revenue in those user fees?
Kelly?
$2.8 million.
And
we
you-
budgeted 3.
3?
So if we look at cash flow, the only piece I was missing is what do you anticipate spending the second part of this year out of the user fee fund?
Probably the same amount that we've been spending, maybe a little bit more. We've exhausted our grant fund.
Did you put in an appropriation request from this one?
Well, yes.
And how much was that?
I believe it was $80,000 for services and $10,000 for
I have to look it up.
utilities.
So you've spent 40, so you'll spend another 90,000. 90. So with the budget increase, mean, you're still looking at having a cash balance of just under 1.5. No?
I have about 600,000 that will be rolling over.
And what do you mean by rolling over?
So what's left at the end of this year, plus what we're anticipated in bringing in.
Okay. Where am I off here? Are you not going to bring in 1.3 million in revenue the second half?
Should.
Actually, I have a lower cash balance, don't I?
We average about 230,000 a month in user fees.
$230,000?
230,000 a month.
Oh, a month.
Oh, times 6.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I
So,
was like,
yeah,
whoa, wait a
1.3 was what I had. I had a different beginning cash balance, but you said, let's see, it's like 1,495. And you're only going to spend 90,000 the rest of the,
No, that's in addition to what we've spent the second half of the year. So we've got all of our salaries and everything that come out. And then we also have additional, we've extended our support services, like our electronic monitoring, so we're going to have additional services.
Somebody
You need
get,
a microphone.
can somebody get Kelly a mic?
Oh. Sorry, thank you. So we'll have all of our salaries that we normally spend, our general expenses for supplies and work release. But we've got a lot of wear and tear on all of our equipment. And then Total Court Services, our electronic monitoring company, we have that in addition to our regular expenses.
so can you give me a number of what your total expenditures for second half would be?
Sure. Let me do a quick calculation.
Come back to that.
Yeah, we could. Do you have that number, Kelly?
Approximately about 800,000.
$800,000?
Yeah,
For the rest of the year?
for the rest of the year. We're August, right? Yeah. So 5.
Include July, too.
No, does not include July. So
Oh, yeah.
less than, yeah,
So can I say 1.3 million?
yeah.
Okay.
So do you think you can support the, well, I haven't plugged in a number here for quality or the contract. Did you say 300,000 or 200,000?
Well, if we're going to ask for, I mean, we need 80 hours a
More
week,
the
so it's going to be
hours,
that
right.
300,000.
The 300,000 most, if we're able to do the in-house and all parties are agreeable with that, then it dropped to 200,000.
Yeah. Yeah, 191.
Ish. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
ballpark numbers.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I do come up with a balance at the end of next year of 867,000.
Okay.
Are we okay to go on? Or do you, I can tell Ben's contemplating.
Well, I'm concerned about 25, 26, 27, right? I mean,
I mean, I don't know what next year brings, but if we're at 5% again, or we go, I mean.
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
At some point in time, we're going to.
I know it's 1.4-ish, 3-ish now, drop another 500,000, now it's gone. It's easier to spend than it is to save.
Especially given our savings account people.
Is there, where's the public safety balance at, or estimated, or, because that's where the initial request is at.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to cut from there too?
When we get there, I was
When we
going to
get
cut
there.
it out, yeah. But if you cut it out, you're able to move salaries, which is what the intention was to begin with, was to move salaries. So it's possible you could move a couple of positions from here to there.
So you could move, in theory, those nursing positions out of user fees into lit. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be a little careful on the nursing
The nurse,
side of
yeah,
things.
Okay.
Because you've got public safety requirements, and if they're used for some other purpose besides just community corrections, then.
So it could be other employees? Okay,
Right.
okay.
Besides the nursing.
But I think I also need to add LTD and life in here, right? No.
No. Tom just woke up.
Wake up, Tom.
Huh? What?
Kathy asked a question in regards to the user fee balance. What's the comfort level? I mean, I'm not in it every day. Gives me a moment to pause and kind of reflect and kind of think first before I mean, I know I'm making a recommendation, and many of you as well, but let me think on it,
Okay.
please.
Okay. We can do that. That seems reasonable. Yeah, because it is going to be cutting it pretty close another year or so.
But our office has been talking with community corrections too, and just trying to lay out their whole funding scheme. So that's something we'll be working on.
For the total office.
The total, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So are we good with this for now? Move on to sales disclosure?
Ask Eric to come up.
Yeah. Eric, could you come to the microphone?
Right.
You wanna- Go ahead, Jennifer.
Wondering about the revenue here. I think I plugged in 80,000, but I'm not sure that comes from. recording or documents, doesn't it? I guess we'll leave it there for now and see what happens. It has hit 80, so, okay.
You want to talk about positions and what all's coming out of this particular one? Eric?
Yes, this fund is fairly limited. This is where revenue for sales disclosures goes into. I know the DLGF takes a big chunk of it. And then one of the other, like this fund can be used to facilitate sales disclosures, the whole process. It can also, so that's both software. This is where we pay for our 50 ISC compliant software package that deals in sales disclosures, so it goes directly to fund the software. And then also statutorily, this fund can be used for assessor training, whether it's related to sales disclosures or not. And so we've been pushing more and more training expenses into this fund. I think everyone can relate since COVID, just travel's gone up a lot more, whether it's hotel rooms, gas. If people have to fly out of state, we go to the National Assessors Conference quite a bit. All of my staff is licensed, and per those licenses to assess real property in Indiana, they have continuing education requirements. So education isn't just to keep up with how to do our jobs, it's also to maintain our legal status so we can comply with being able to set values. So the main difference you'll see is just an increase in travel, and that is both because we have those continuing education requirements and travel is more expensive than it ever has been, and because this is earmarked for it, it seems better to use this fund for travel and training versus general or reassessment expenditures.
Okay, any questions for Eric? We all good with budgeted amounts?
And do you want to do reassessment?
Yeah, I was
while
going to
he's
say,
here?
we want to do reassessment while he's here. What page?
Oh, we're getting there. 1224, page 81.
Page 81.
All right. One thing I want to talk about reassessment is this is where we pay our board members out of, the Property Tax Review Board of Assessment, which is appointed by the commissioners and the council. They are the oversight board for all things assessment. They weigh in on valuation disputes. They determine who is exempt, who is not exempt. They approve what is called the land order book, which serves as a document to set vacant land values. It's a pretty important role. And so as my oversight board, I think it's pretty inappropriate for me and or my staff to set their wages. Statutorily, I'm not supposed to, but that's the way it's been ever since I've been here, from Samantha Steele into Phillips, and I just kind of took on that. And we've kicked it up, you know, occasionally, like, hey, it looks like they're really underpaid. I don't really know how they're supposed to be paid, but it is clear that the fiscal body is supposed to set a per diem pay rate for the Property Tax Review Board. My office keeps track of their hours, and then we submit a report to the commissioners per law. And so I would like to change that, where the assessor's office is no longer tasked with setting wages for our oversight board. We haven't really even been complying with a per diem. We have an hourly rate for them. I think that the council should set per law a per diem rate. And then also, one thing is, a lot of the board members are under the impression that they show up for one hearing a month. There's a lot of information they have to process leading up to that hearing to make good decisions, and that's not something that we've ever dealt with, is how can they work a day at home doing research for a hearing. So however you want to set their pay, that would be a consideration, is just that there's enough revenue for not just one board hearing a day, but also for them to prepare for these hearings. So yeah, that's definitely a change we would like to see. I don't have a lot of recommendations for you guys on that. Other than that, reassessment is where I think that's where we have moved a lot of our operating funds from the general fund, which is now just salaries and wages. Happy to talk about whatever line items. You guys have questions about?
Any questions?
Eric, what is the current rate for the per diem, the hourly rate?
They get $15 an hour.
How many board members are there?
It's a 5-member board.
It's Peterborough, right?
Yep.
Steel asked me to be on that, that's one of the conflicts of interest. Back then, I wish it went correctly, it was a flat $1,000 for 5 people.
Ooh, I think they've always been hourly. I would also say the people appointed have to have real estate experience, which gives them a conflict.
I told her it was conflict. Anyway, it's $1,000, flat rate,
For a day or a year?
the whole 1 year.
For 1 year?
You have to be on board.
So,
Have any evidence? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe the commissioners may have known that. 15 years ago, 14 years ago.
because they have real estate experience, they're almost always appraisers or realtors. They don't have to be, but that's who's been appointed. I would say they all have some conflict. That's kind of part of the job because they're all actively valuing someone's property and determining. So, I mean, everyone's got some conflict on the board. I feel like their experience outweighs these minor conflicts, and they recuse themselves all the time, and they do. I don't think. You'd be a great board member, John. I don't know if you could. The conflict isn't in appointing yourself.
No, am I correct on that, about they had a flat rate?
Put the mic on, John.
Oh, we got mics today? Okay.
Yeah, we've had them all day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, you might correct me, Commissioner Byers and Commissioner Murtaugh and Tracy, wherever you are, wasn't there a flat $1,000? Because I remember some of the guys on the Peterborough, and they were realtors.
I have no idea how
Okay.
that compensation worked,
But there was no hourly wage.
I have no idea.
And I'm just spitballing laws from memory. It might be like a Doug research project, but I'm almost positive the law says per diem. And so I'm saying our hourly rate's not in compliance with the per diem requirement, nor would some like lump sum be either. So regardless of what we are doing or have done, my request is that the council approve some funding mechanism for Peterborough and that matches that law.
You might be thinking, John, back when all the assessors had to got a bonus for having so much of certification and things. So when we used to have to do the township, we had the individual township trustees, they were getting bonuses for doing the assessment. And I think that might be where you're conflicting the two of them.
I was just trying to add a little bit of food for thought to get away from the hourly wage and tracking people and punching their time card. That's all.
Eric, what kind of feedback have you had about the $15 an hour?
Not much, honestly. Like I said, these people are professionals with careers in real estate. They run their own real estate companies and various things. I don't think they're doing it for $15 an hour. Many of them have offered to like donate the money or refuse to accept it at different times. I don't think any of them really necessarily, I don't think I think it'd be symbolic to give them a reduction in pay. I don't know that I'd recommend that, but I feel like this isn't their bread and butter. I don't think that really matters. I just don't like the idea that we would have to figure it out.
So it'd make you feel better if we as a council approved the rate and made it, established it? So what would we need to do as a council to say, we set the rate at $15 an hour? Keep it the same, but have it come from us instead of Eric having to do it.
I think the point isn't necessarily the dollars. I think the point is that we're not following the code, and it has to be a per diem set by the council. So right now, we're completely out of compliance doing it the way we're doing it, and we just need to update that.
Right. So we would just say that's what we said.
Is it not on your salary statement as an hourly rate?
It might be on there. I don't know how appropriate it is for us to have included it. Like, we've always had a rate for them.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's not, but
Remember.
that's typically the council's means to approve any kind of rate like that. So we could add it as a part-time rate
Right, that'll take care of it.
in the salary ordinance, yes. Any feeling on what the rate should be, the 15?
15.
That's what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay.
But is it
I mean, you
per
should-
diem, or is it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it should-
if you're doing this, you should shift away from the per hour.
Per
and
hour
do it
to a per
day.
diem, right.
The statute says per day of actual service, so if you're spending a day researching and things like that, then that would be something you could claim, I would
Mhm.
think.
Right.
So I don't know if that helps or not. I don't know how many hours they were, on a day when they did work, do you know about how many hours they were working?
6 to 8 hours, depending on just how many hearings there were that day. But like I said, I mean, a lot of times they're really unprepared and don't feel like it's in their purview to work for free reviewing the stuff before. I could see a day or a day and a half, day to 2 days, being preparatory.
So I don't know what the right number is, or.
So, yeah.
We try to space them so it's a full day.
Anyone have a,
We have a
And how many days, like how many
commercial
meetings?
field could be
And
4-hour hearing.
what are
Or
it,
they could
5
do
board
that time
members?
at, Like 12
Yeah.
mobile home.
Eric, how many board meetings do they have a year?
Probably 10 or 11. I mean, sometimes they'll skip a month. It's basically every month with the exception of like maybe around the holidays or something, they'll skip it. Or if there's a really light month, they'll skip it. But they may, I would say at least probably around 10.
Once a month.
Yeah, once a month. Some months, not so much, but
So you said per case, some might be easy, some might be hard. You said a per diem, per case. Per day. Per day. The statute says per diem.
Yeah, and a per diem is typically
My payment's $800.
per day.
This is a pesky,
right. I think what they're saying is if we're keeping track of them and we've given them 12 cases to research, can we just say that's a day? Even if they did it over 3 to 4 days, can we say they've worked another day,
Probably would be appropriate.
Right. Right. I'm not saying every day they look at something, they should be paid for the full day. Like, we have to still keep track of it. I'm very flexible. I'll make whatever work. I just kind of want to get out of the business of setting
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, how do they get paid now? Well, what's the mechanism?
I have a guy just keep track of the hours. I mean, we record the hearings. We know when it started, when it ended, and we just treat them like part-time employees for the most part.
$15 a day, if you assume 8 hours per day, would be $120.
120 is a daily per diem.
Per person.
Yeah.
So one day a week, one day a month is what we're talking about. $600.
But are we indicating that we should give them an additional per diem for research if it's, or leaving that completely off the table?
I think his budget will support, I mean, it would only be half of that for what they're getting now, right? So
Should.
you could do that per day for however many days.
Thoughts from council?
If they average 12 meetings a year, 5 members, $120 a meeting, or a day, per diem.
Day.
That's $7,200 a year.
$700, not worth it.
What we don't know is other days they might
Right.
work,
The
right?
prep time.
The prep time.
Mhm.
But if we do the 120 a day, that would cover it.
Mhm.
So I propose the 120 a day per diem.
budget support 14 for? Again, I'm assuming 12 meetings, 12 days of prep, 24 total.
All 5 people show up.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions there, but that's
Right.
worst, that's max.
On an individual basis, you show up.
So instead of the 13, you're saying 14.4.
If we're,
Everybody gets a day of prep and the meeting day.
and that's assuming 12 meetings a year,
Right.
And they all show up.
and they all show up, and 12 days of prep, and, I mean, that's some assumptions there.
Probably won't hit 100%.
Probably won't.
And
Correct.
they're just meeting one day a month.
Yes.
They're not going to do like, if they do 2 mornings, they meet for 2 days, but they just meet half day, they're not going to get paid double. Like, how does that work? Right, they're just going to meet once a month.
They meet once a month, and then my interpretation is they kind of get the per diem rate for the meeting, and we just kind of keep track of their time doing research or reviewing, and then round up to the next day, you know?
Eric, you said you were paying it out of the year, but what was you paying them an hour?
15.
Oh, 15, okay. They're happy with that?
I think if
Unless they
that
got
was their,
property
if this
they
was,
gotta debate about.
if they cared about the money to like feed their families, pay their mortgage, I imagine they would be pretty outraged. But like I said, this
Okay.
is not, I mean,
That's no big deal. Okay.
I think they look at it as charity.
Yeah. Unless they own property, they gotta invest, check out,
Any other thoughts?
or their buddy.
Are we okay with this proposal?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we pay anyone else per diem like this?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I mean,
You pay per call for certain, and per case for like coroner's office.
this is a pretty common practice in other realms, especially in nonprofits and those kind of things, where you're paid a per diem for meetings. But, so this is kind of shifts over more into that because they're board members, they're there to do a particular job.
Right.
And they have to do the prep work ahead of time to be prepared. I think it's appropriate based upon the level of expertise these folks have to have, that it be looked at more like this rather than $15 an hour for however long their meeting would last.
So now I'm going to be even more difficult. Should this go through the personnel committee?
Because according to statute, that's not really where it's, and it's not a personnel, they're not hired by the county.
Okay, okay. Just wanted to ask it.
I mean, it's a good question, but it's not like the HR's got anything to do with
Right,
hiring
that's
these
true.
people or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Now, Visitors Bureau is the same way. Visitors Bureau.
Are we okay with this proposal? Yes. Okay. I'll take that as consent and we'll move forward.
The only other things I have on this then, that was my big thing, thank you guys. You'll notice that part-time is decreasing a little over $10,000. The part-time reduction is due to a staff reorganization, a minor change in full-time that freed up some, that they took on some of those part-time roles, so we were able to reduce that. Postage and freight went up about $2,500 because we sent out those Form 11s every year, and just postage is more money than it's ever been. It's been stagnant. Then the only other change is other professional services. We increased that $12,000 to account for about 2 more commercial appraisals a year due to legislation that makes them particularly more probative than they have been in the past, and so we anticipate having to spend more on appraisal services. Those are the only real substantive changes, or any changes really. Yeah, let me know if you have questions about those.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you,
Eric.
Council.
Thanks, Eric.
Appreciate it.
Do we want to take a brief
Yes.
break? We're going to take a break, then we will move back into, I can't even remember where we left off, after sales disclosure.
Oh.
Cambridge.
Cambridge.
So Stu, you're on deck. Start back up with Cume Bridge.
Cut out to the floor.
We're ending at 4.
I got a
Okay.
If you see me get up, I'll hit the end of that.
Okay.
All right, Stu, what all do you have for us on Cume Bridge? Yes, state of the Cume Bridge is good.
Actually, we do have some reserves up, so something in the order of $6 million projected at the end of the year. We do have a lot of fairly funded bridges coming in the next few years.
Turn your microphone on, please. I was like, I wondered why I couldn't. You seem very soft.
Sorry.
Say all that all over again?
We're projecting about $6 million in cash revenue at the end of the year, which is good. But then we do have, in the next 5 years, we do have a lot of major bridges, large bridges, trying to catch up. That is one place where we're staying pretty tight with our sufficiencies. We're not losing ground on the bridges, thankfully. But if you want to increase the Cume Bridge tax, that's okay too. Just saying.
Just in case we really felt like that was a move we wanted to make.
Just saying. Wouldn't turn it down.
Okay.
Any questions?
Do we want to hit the major bridge while we're talking about bridges? Page 73. Thank you.
Again, major bridge has been growing. It's a slow grower, but it's been growing. We've paid for Bridge 32, portions of that out of there. In 2 years, we'll have Davis Ferry, 119 is going to come out of that. So that's what that cash balance is working towards.
Do you have any idea how bad that one's going to be once you get to it, as far as how much cash balance you're going to need to have in reserve?
We should have a carry on that.
Okay.
We're good. We should be only costing out around 3 or 4 million maybe. We should still be running a cash surplus, which is, but by definition, a major bridge is a major event. Over 200 feet, they're usually $10, $15 million bridges.
Okay. You want to talk about MVH?
Sure. That has been creeping up. The split is still an issue. We did lose ground early on when they changed the formula, but revenues have been going up around $400,000 a year. We're doing more in-house to get better bang for the buck, because this is one place where we are losing ground. Our pavement index, the PCI, we have been dropping for a number of years because we're expending a lot of funds in growth, new roads, Klondike, Lindbergh, all of that, Yeager, Morehouse coming up. That's taking a large share of our funds, so we are suffering. There is work being done. Commissioner Murtaugh is on a committee to talk about road funding at the state level.
Okay.
Since we have you here, can you tell me a little bit about the, what big projects are planned next year in your department? Like what big, like you did the county road 552 recently. And you mentioned Jaeger and Morehouse.
Jaeger will be finished this fall and open, which will provide the detour for Morehouse. It'll be in 2 phases. There's a roundabout at Klondike and Morehouse and Calberer, 350 North. That's the first phase of the Morehouse, and then the second phase of the Morehouse takes it out to Hadley Lake, which would be 25. Those are the major federally funded projects we have right now. And then, as I said, in the Cume Bridge side of it, we do have about 5 or 6 bridges that are letting over the next few years. But those are the big road jobs.
Who's doing the dam decommissioning? Is that you guys?
That is us, and it's the 2 dams, and the TV18 has run that story, it seems like several times, and they keep talking about the total cost of $300,000 here and that's just the engineering. There's actually $3.9 million involved in decommissioning both dams.
When do we think that's going to happen?
It better happen next year.
Okay.
It's ARPA money, so we have to go to letting next year.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to, go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh, I was just going to ask Rachel, this one line item.
Do you want to turn on your mic?
This one line item by itself for part-time didn't have an associated Social Security with it. So I adjusted the formula down here, but do you know why it's all by itself? I mean, it's part of that categorizing that we've talked about doing away with, so probably not a big deal, but.
Yeah, I was going to say, we want to do surtax and wheel tax. Did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Oh, those are 4805 and 4806, aren't they?
Yeah.
Way down
Any-
here.
Move on to surtax and wheel tax. Page, yeah, it's like I had them and I flipped around too many times. Page 89 and 90.
So this is where you guys were wanting to change your categories? Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that?
We moved the 45. You're talking about moving the 145 out, right?
Yep.
Kaylee yelled at us. No. When the MVH, we did the 50-50 split, there was a wild flurry of activity to get money out of MVH to make that 50-50, and we put a lot of money into LRS, and we shifted over to surtax. And there were a couple of small items that ended up in surtax that weren't appropriate to really be in surtax. So we've taken them back out, moved them over to MVH and LRS. Right? Yep.
And then that puts 145 toward roads instead of those other operating.
Okay.
The surtax, if we're talking about surtax, is falling off precipitously. By the end of the year, I'm projecting less than $1 million in cash value left in surtax. And I think, as you all know, that's what we've been hitting for our matches on all these federally funded projects. That and some change here and there will probably be appropriated in November towards, or, yeah, we'll have to appropriate in November for the December letting of Morehouse. And then we hold our breath until 2025 when we have to do the other phase of Morehouse.
Okay, any questions for Stu? We all good? I got at least one or two nods.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Local road.
Yeah, LRS.
Oh, yeah, LRS, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So it all got approved. Right there.
What page is LRS on? 70. That's how I skipped it.
LRS
I
is
must have been-
1169. It's moving along well. It has, I'm projecting 2.7 million of cash value at the end of the year. Fairly healthy. We're using low-end last year revenue on all these too, just to try to be conservative. And that one's still growing. That's what we're hoping to make up the difference between the losses and surtax.
Okay. So when we,
So that's everything.
okay. Yeah, I think when we went from bridge to major bridge, I flipped right past LRS, so
You bet.
apologize for that. If there's no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, back up. What's after Cume Ridge? Cume Cap. Who's going to talk about Cume Cap?
Looks good. Keep moving.
It looks fantastic.
No, it's one of those where we've done enough cuttings on it to where it balances what's supposedly coming in, and so I guess if there's certain projects or lines anybody wants to answer about.
Jennifer, were we only off like about 300,000?
Yeah, when we went over it, we got it down within fairly close, if I remember right.
Yeah, 2.9 versus 3.15.
1.5. So we're off budgeted versus actual revenue of about 228,000.
And what is their cash balance right
This is where a lot of the lit public safety equipment came back to Cume Cap,
Yep.
so we do have that in there.
Jennifer, do you also want to talk about the transfer out, the funds that are going to be transferring out of Cume Cap, 6,100?
now? The 400,000?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Is it your
It's
liabilities?
So the transfer out, that takes care of the 100,000 for the Parks Department, the annual non-reverting capital fund project, 100,000 for the election equipment. It's replenishing our public officials' self-insurance fund for 10,000, replenishing the commissioner's self-insurance fund for 60,000. Thank you, Sheriff's Department. And 40,000 to the sheriff's self-insurance fund, and then 25,000 to the self-insurance inmate medical, then 40,000 for TEMA's hazard warning, and then 25,000 for the law enforcement gun range, so it's a total of 400,000.
That leaves that fund and goes to other funds, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
The 100,000 for the election equipment,
that's not showing, is that the cumulative voting system? It's not showing up in there, is there a reason?
Probably because I didn't realize it.
Okay, okay.
I think it's, Kaylee, it's in there, isn't it? We've transferred it, isn't that where it goes every year?
They're talking about
Oh,
next year as
okay.
revenue.
Gotcha, okay.
What fund number was that?
1143. So that was one of my questions.
And that's just building, yeah. Anything else on cum cap? It includes cars.
So for vehicles, we have 1 for the Parks Department. We have 10 for the Sheriff's Office, 10 Chevy Tahoes, and then 10 of the vehicle outfitting, which are the lights and sirens and all the equipment, and then a replacement vehicle for TEMA.
I lost where I am. I'm getting tired.
Okay, any other questions, clarifications needed? All right. Do we need to talk about the voting system? We already did that
The only
earlier,
thing-
didn't we?
The only thing I would mention is, and something that Julie had indicated was, at some point in time, this was way before my time, there was a goal to have $1 million in that fund, and now we have about 410,000 balance. She had mentioned that, that we should start thinking about putting more funds into that. I don't know the history of it, and I don't know if anybody remembers that history.
I think we are putting 100,000 in it. I think it just wasn't showing up in our.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that 100
Yeah,
is
and
the-
we actually put 100,000 in this year, too.
Okay.
So there's, yeah, we're doing what?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Do we want to do firearms and the other non-general fund for the sheriff?
Sure.
Since he's at least here. Sheriff, would you come back up here? We'll talk about firearms and then your other.
You're talking about like the permits and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't made a decision on that.
Okay. But we'll go ahead and hit the other budgets as well.
911?
Well, all your related budgets, yes.
Oh.
Oh, the excitement.
Well, the excitement. This just looks good when you bring it up.
Yeah. Whether you're going to actually look at it or not.
Whether I'm going to use it or not. Plus, if it allows a pause and I sort through stuff. No, the firearms, we don't know what we're going to get from that yet.
Okay.
They haven't, that formula they used was 2 years. I think last year was the second year, and I haven't heard anything. We were just at the sheriff's conference last month, and they mentioned it, but nobody has any information on it at all. So I can't even give you a number.
Okay.
But we can make numbers up, but they won't be accurate.
We can always make numbers up. Oh, come on. If I could get my page out of here. Okay, so then What else do we have? Do we need to talk any of his lit public safety share,
You could, I'm right there.
since it's right down the line a little bit?
So pretty much everything is cut out except for salaries.
Personnel.
Mhm.
And all of the appropriate increases and so forth have been put in?
Nope, thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, that one's done. Community corrections line has some. And prosecutor. Okay.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
There's a lot of scrolling about makes you motion sickness.
What about the pension trust fund?
That one is just using the available balance there to, in a combination with general fund to pay the sheriff retirement.
Okay. Nothing really changed there.
He's really trying hard to find stuff to change.
What'd he say?
Yeah.
Okay, then we get to 911.
Now to 911.
Oh. Now we're there.
Now to 911.
So you all should have the updated 911 budget. That should make you feel better than what it was originally. There was almost $1 million taken off of it, like 900 and some thousand. And Captain Hange's back there, and he can answer anything that I might get hung up on, because he is in charge of this and is well-versed. He didn't bail on me.
No, he didn't.
Nope.
Didn't run out the door.
What do you have questions on?
Questions on 911? It's the sheet that was put at your spot.
I guess the question is, when we met,
Mhm.
what's the difference?
Kathy, Mike.
What's the difference now versus when we met? Where's the $1 million savings?
Oh, the form that has the notes on it is back there at that table. Oh, you're
He's
up
right
here
here
now.
beside you.
So the significant difference was the line item 4530 under safety. That was $885,000. We had asked for 938,287 for the 2024. That was oversight on that. Line item was created for the LPD expansion project. So that is a line item that was only added for the 2022 and 2023 budget year. So that project should close this year, so that will eliminate that 938,287 request. So that line will zero out. And then on the other areas, on 3220, which is under our communications and trunking, that is all the billing for our phone systems through Frontier and our other service providers throughout the county. The state 911 board has assumed the Frontier billing for that, so that's approximately $8,200 per month. So that equates to just over $92,000 a year that will be a savings because the E911 board will assume that at this time. And then 3140, that was a consulting fee or consulting amount that was used in the 2022 or 2021 budget year. That was for a 911 feasibility study. That money had remained in there the last 2 years. We'd used a portion of that for a sightline survey between tower connectivity. So there was some money used out of that last year, but we can comfortably cut $65,000 out of that because we don't foresee any major expenses coming out of that fund.
And can you remind me what the other professional services are?
Other professional services is our radio network. So Tippecanoe County owns our Motorola radio network system. So we have approximately $838,000 per year that comes out for the contract licensing and maintenance and upkeep for a radio network. And then the additional charges are that under that professional services is for our call answering equipment that is provided by InDigital and comes to all of our call centers for 911 routing.
Thank you.
Did you want to add back in the nice recording system to the 4530?
Yes, that would be a good addition for that. What she is talking about is our recording system for all of our recorded lines, all of our 911 administrative lines. That system is at end of life, and so it needs to be replaced. And we need to add additional circuits so that we're capturing all of our recorded lines. That is going to be approximately $380,000 project for next year. And then we'll have an annual service contract of approximately $100,000 per year for that program to maintain that. So if we were to add that back into the project line where we had cut $1.52 million from this 2024 budget. If we added that back in, the addition would cover the nice recording without having to come back to the council for an additional appropriation.
And was it 355 or 380?
But what did I send you in that email?
355, 952.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be the initial year.
And so they were upside down with the original budget of 4.1 million, and this gets us more in line.
Okay, good. The last.
Thank you.
Can revenue on that one, you had 1.46 million, and I don't know if we talked about it or not, but could it be 1,650,000?
Right. I think when we had spoken that revenue may be even closer to 1.7, but a conservative estimate, we came up with that 1.65.
Okay. I had a different interest. Okay, so that's better.
Thank you.
Thank you. The only other ones I could find were the, what is it, sheriff?
Animal control.
Yeah. False alarm. And then continuing ed. Page 84.
And these, again, were just some of the ones they usually appropriate after the first of the year, and just wanted to establish a budget now.
Any questions or thoughts on any of those? Okay.
That might be it.
Okay. I've lost track of where we are.
Yep.
Okay, so we would have been general drain, but Zach's not here. Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, he's in the back. He's in the very back. You moved on me. Zach was in my clear line of sight, but now he's moved into the back row.
Oh, my.
So, yeah, Kevin, you said general drain improvement fund?
Yes. Yep.
So I believe I had, at least on the paperwork I submitted, I don't know if it's showing up here, Jennifer may have updated it, but I think I asked for $750,000 for that fund. In light of the recent events in regards to the Lewis Jakes County Regulated Reconstruction Project, I don't see a need for that request at the moment, so that could go to zero, I believe, is what we talked about last Monday. Right, Jennifer?
I don't think we talked about this one.
Oh, well, we just talked about the phase two, yeah, probably did.
Those.
Yeah. I believe we have a little over $2 million in the General Drain Improvement Fund currently. Now, with that being said, we just finished the Harrison Wallace reconstruction project, and I did pay the first pay app on that project, which was a little over $1 million. So by the time we finish up that fund will have a little over $1 million in the balance. So I think we're in good shape for the moment. We have some more petitions in the pipeline. Like I said, the Lewis Jakes I intended on doing next year, and that's why I put the $750,000 in there. So in light of that not happening, I'm going to try to change gears and maybe bump another project up, but I think we should still be okay. Maybe it'd probably give me more cushion if we were, instead of taking it to zero, maybe taking it to 250, if everyone could live with that. But if you have to, you have to. But I'm just being, if we don't need it, I'm not going to ask for it, so to speak. And I know that project that died because of the lack of landowner support. So, in short, and that's why I had requested that money. So, anyway, that's the story on that.
Okay.
Was the revenue of $500,000 to come from billing from that drain?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
money's coming back in. Yeah. And
Okay.
that's a educated guess. But I
But
think
it's from other drains, not the one that you've
that's right.
crossed off the list.
That's exactly right. Because remember, this fund is there by statute to service any maintenance fund that may be short or negative on cash, or we can pull from the General Drain Improvement Fund to do maintenance work on any county regulated drain. And it's also there by state statute to front the money on reconstruction projects. So, and it is a complete revolving fund. And if you remember, well, I guess it would have been 2011, 2012, not long after I became county surveyor, I came to the county council and asked for money to be put in the General Dray Improvement Fund because I was anticipating some of these reconstruction projects taking foot and moving forward, and that did happen. And my comment at that time was I felt like we needed roughly, based off of my staffing and the turnaround time and the demand for the projects, I thought that we could do roughly one ag project a year. And by doing that, I anticipated, just doing the calculations, that we needed roughly $2 million in that fund to rotate between the maintenance funds and the reconstruction funds. And I can tell you that has worked very well for the last several years. Now, I will also tell you, since the inflation that we have seen here in the last 24 months, 18 months, 36 months, that has kind of gone out the window. So I would foresee, assuming the demand for the reconstruction projects continues, and I think it will, however, I do think it may slow down, but if it stays somewhat steady, I can tell you that historically the reconstruction projects on the agricultural watersheds, on the ag drains, they were averaging about $500,000 to maybe $750,000 across the board. Because of the inflation that we have seen in our country here recently, those projects are between $1 million and 1.5 now. They've pretty much doubled, if not more so. So what I'm saying is, whether we put this money in there today or later, I foresee asking this body to put more money in there, because it's going to, because of the cost increase, it's going to take more to keep that money revolving, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm flexible. I mean, I'm here to work with everyone so we can do whatever we need to do, but I just kind of want you to have a big picture version of what was going on. So I've been very happy with the way this fund has worked over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But as I said, assuming that demand stays there, and even if the demand for the reconstruction project slows down, you got to keep in mind that we do an enormous amount of reconstruction, maintenance also. And maintenance could be anywhere from, fixing some tile holes to dredging and clearing 2 or 3, 5 miles of open ditch, which can be very expensive. So the definition of maintenance has nothing to do with the dollar value. It's defined in state statute by the work that you're actually doing, not the dollar amount. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's the nature of that fund.
Okay. All right. Do we want to try to plow through the rest of the Zach's funds while he's here?
Mm-hmm.
So we have page 77.
Corner perpetuation.
You want to talk about corner perpetuation?
Sure.
Zach?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same as it was last year, except for the cash balance has been going up because of the recent law change. So I didn't look at it recently, but that has been the trend over the last few years. But like I said, there shouldn't be anything really new in that fund. I've tried to keep it fairly consistent. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I've mentioned before, I'll say this real quick, this fund's set up by statute and funded by recordings in the recorder's office. A certain amount of that fee, the recording fee, goes into this fund, and its sole purpose is for section corner perpetuation, which we use it for that. So, and some salary comes out of here. So.
So the revenue is expected to be 90,000, am I reading this right? 90,000, and you're budgeting 383,000? And the balance is about 321?
Am I missing something? Is that right?
It could be. I didn't know exactly what the
Yeah.
current balance is right at the moment.
A
For some
$75,000
reason, I can't
equipment
find mine.
request.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, I found it, yeah, yep, thank you. 83.
Yeah, Zach, is your amount spent compared to your budget typically that far out of balance with each other? Because the expenditures before have always been
Yeah, lower than that.
quite a bit
Yeah,
lower.
Yeah, so no, the answer to your question, no. Yes, that's exactly right. I think where they came from was the capital machinery. I'd up that because I didn't know whether, we had asked for GPS equipment, and I think I put this in here just as a backup because I didn't know whether we were going to get any EDIT money for that. So we can lower that if we need to.
Isn't EDIT? So that could be taken out of here?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
Where do we need it? Probably need to take it out of here more. don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way out of whack.
But what about like these that haven't had any?
Yeah, it's two different things. Yeah.
Zach, that is the GPS total
yeah.
system
Oh, yeah.
station
Yeah,
upgrade.
absolutely. It's two different ones. Yeah. Yeah, well.
Zach,
Yeah,
so that is the GPS robotic total station upgrade?
yes,
It is an EDIT.
yes. I was pretty sure it was. Yeah, we talked about it a little
Zach?
bit earlier today. Yeah.
What's the 3140 professional services slash consultants line?
3140.
It's 115,000.
We had been doing, I think I put that in there. Do I not see that? I had put that, oh, right there. I had put that in there because we were finishing up some work on the north county line between us and White County. And that is getting close to being done now, so we could lower that if we needed to.
Okay, well, it's been a whole heck of a lot lower, but
You haven't spent out of these line items this year.
any of the 3,000s. I guess that's why I was wondering about why such a huge budget when we've only spent a much smaller amount in the last couple of years.
Right, well, that's what I was getting at, the anticipation of the upcoming project, but I don't foresee it costing that much, so we could lower that, I think, probably to 50,000 pretty safely.
Okay.
Are these expenses that are typically paid for out of the EDIT section corner line items? No?
No, it's two different things,
Okay.
yeah. The EDIT section corners, I believe, is all salary, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did a position, how did that change? Oh, that's just increase. Okay, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that part-time, though, too, 10,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do we need the 10,000 part-time in there, Zach?
We don't don't have to right at the moment. I mean, if I need it, I can come back, but I can tell you, I had put that in there to compensate for the general fund budget that we, because the surveyor and the drainage board had been zeroed out on that, so I'd put that in there in case I needed it. But we can lower it, though. I don't know that I'm going to need it at the moment with the difficulties that we're having finding folks to work, so if we could lower it to 5,000 pretty easily, I think.
Take it to 5?
Yeah.
Or what?
When I look at this budget, you've got $90,000 in revenue, and in salary alone, that's what you're spending. Are you concerned that this isn't, are you
Yeah.
trying to spend down the balance? Is that what the thought is, or what's the?
Not necessarily, no. This fund historically hasn't had the funds coming into it, and so it's been receiving more money here recently, but no, not necessarily. Like I said, some of this was to offset some of the money that was coming out of the general fund, and then, like I said, one of them was for a project that I had proposed, but we've truncated it down quite a bit since we were originally talking about.
Almost all of these,
Or is there something that needs to be done on the income side?
I haven't looked at the revenue lately, and I don't know.
Especially when we were at 152 in 21 and 116 in 22, why we're only projecting 90,000 for 24?
was this money from sales of houses? Is that indeed recording of deeds maybe
Yeah,
that's gone down?
Yeah, it's recordation of deeds, yes. I'm not entirely sure where we arrived at the 90,000, but I believe, I don't know if we have the numbers on the board now. But Kevin, did you say 150 is what it was last year?
See, 21 was showing 152.
Yeah.
115, 775, or 116 in 22.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The 90,000 was probably short based off of what we've seen the last couple of years, because I was thinking it was around 150 total. I may have just put that in there because that's what I had at the time I did this, but it could be raised up pretty easily, I think.
I mean, refinancing has gone down significantly.
Yeah, that's true, too. Then that may be what it is. It was projected based off of the data that I had.
So 90 might be a...
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
Haley fell over.
I mean, I would say that the 2023 budget is too high as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would be sustainable, especially if he does.
If he does spend that,
anything there.
we're really going to be in trouble.
So just we have a head count in here, right?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So if this, yeah.
And what'd you say the balance is right now?
Saw it as 321.
Hmm. 1202.
So we don't have a tremendous amount of cushion.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think
232 for next year.
Yeah, all those 3,000 lines almost are going to have to go. I mean, I don't know how you get around that. And quite frankly, the professional serve, that 3140 line even, I mean, every single one of those almost has to come off there. What's that do to us then as far as and we're still in the red even at that? but at least we're not completely zeroing that fund out in 1 year's time if we do that. But if we spend the '23 budget, what we've got currently budgeted, it's going to be pretty bad pretty fast.
Hopefully we'll go back up to where we were in 2020, or maybe a little bit. Where were we, what did we get in 2021 in revenue? 152.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think you can put more in there than just the people
Just
you
the
got in
people.
there. The head count.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Zach.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, unless, yeah, we're in a bad spot on that one. Because we're in danger of zeroing that balance out
You're saying
just
if we,
in 2023, let alone going
Right.
into '24.
that's under the assumption we're going to spend what I have budgeted for this year?
If,
Yeah.
even if you don't, we're still going to be
Right,
really hitting that balance pretty hard.
okay. Yeah, I mean, do what you have to do. I'm going to go back and look because we've not had that problem historically, so I'm not sure if something's wrong somewhere.
Well, that's why I was asking the question, because
Yep.
it seems like we've not had to analyze this one this close.
Exactly.
But when we're potentially bleeding cash balance really bad,
Mhm.
then we're going to have to do something pretty quick to rectify it.
You were probably breaking even here with the cash balance last year when you approved that budget, is my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to look that back over.
I'll take a look,
and-
yeah.
And get us an
It's-
updated number if
It
need
seems
be.
strange, though, because of what I just said, historically speaking. And then the second thing is we've had more money coming into the fund than we have before. But I think what I don't remember is if we put additional salary and benefit burden on this. Yeah, that could be what has changed it. And that's what I want to look at, because
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head. So,
Yeah, so take a look at that and let us know.
will do.
Okay. What other ones do we, maybe we can get Zach finished up. Page 80.
Should be toward the back.
Yeah. Page 87. If I could get the pages to turn, that would help.
Yeah, page 87, you had the phase 2.
Stormwater, phase 2.
This is just the donation fund. And do you know of any donations you might get in '24?
No, I don't, not currently. The best I can tell you is that Monica, who is the current stormwater educator, applies for grants and seeks donations, constantly. So I would anticipate that we will see some, yes, but I don't have any identifiable as we sit here today.
And what's the balance on that?
And you want to talk about F Lake, Berlowitz, Great Lakes?
Sure. Yeah, I can lump those all into the same basket. Those are regional detention facilities for stormwater runoff. And these funds were set up to recoup, I guess, the storage fees that are associated with those facilities. So I'll define that or explain that. The storage fees are $15,000 an acre foot of storage in those facilities, and any development that occurs inside the watershed that drains to these facilities pays that $15,000 per acre foot. And these funds are intended to collect that money and then use the money to maintain the facilities. So. And it's very hard to tell on an annual basis what kind of revenue, because it's all driven based off of development. So
Okay. Do we want to delve into storm phase 2 now, or do we want to?
Well, I think Ben needed to leave at 4.
Yeah. And I wanted to at least have the opportunity to review some options on what we could do on general fund before we broke for the day.
Start with phase 2 in the morning then?
Yeah, is that all right, Zach? If we do phase 2 in the morning, first thing?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know that, Jennifer, with our previous discussion with this moving out of here, I don't even, is it worthwhile to even have that discussion?
If the commissioners appropriate or allow for $650,000 for next year, then you would need to cut down to $650,000.
How much was that again?
$650,000 was what they were going to have appropriated.
Right.
And you've got an $882,000 budget in there now, so
Yeah.
if you want to trim, I know sometimes you appropriate
Yeah.
for contingencies.
We
so-
do, yeah. So, yeah, okay. So
Yep.
so trim anything above 650s, well, yeah, okay.
Yep.
I'm with you.
Okay.
So I'm happy to talk about it in the morning, Kevin. I just don't know.
Well, I want us to have one more lap around on general fund, and
Yep.
Ben needs to leave at 4.
Sure, I understand.
that's-
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to where we were with the general fund and our gap.
In the gap.
And what are some potential, so this is the time we can start to talk, Lisa, about your conversation that we led off with this afternoon about, is it appropriate that we stay at 96%? Can we drop that a percent or two? The biggest issue that we have with is the fact that we've spent generally between 94 and 96% of our budget traditionally. And if we do with what we're instituting with our changes we're making with prosecutor, sheriff, et cetera, we're hoping that we're going to be keeping more people retained, not going to have the turnover, and as a result, we're going to be spending more of that budget, not less. So the question is, do we feel comfortable maybe dropping back to 95%, knowing that it's going to take some time to really kick into full speed? And then we're looking at $1.5 million we need to try to bridge a gap on. And then the question, going back to Jennifer, what are some of those cash balance changes that we'd be looking at that we would be able to spend out of to cover that, if that's what council desires to do, rather than try to find an additional 1.5 or 2.155. So those are the questions, I guess. I don't know if we want to have that. Obviously, we don't have time to have that full discussion now, but that's what we need to decide tomorrow morning when we circle back to this, is what do we feel comfortable with being there, and then what are some of those cash balance lines if that's what we want to do. And then we've had things thrown out to us, which I've made note of, that we've taken out of rainy day a couple of different times to shore up our health insurance line. We probably need to be adding back some money to there. We talked about the fact that we've not done anything with our minimum cash balance for quite some time. We've left it at, what is it, 7 million or 7.5?
Mm-hmm.
Probably ought to be at 11 to 11.5, given the fact that since we've done that, we've gone from having a 40-some million dollar budget to now 60-plus million. So that probably ought to be addressed. Zach just talked about what are we going to do with general drain at some point down the road, if that's something we think, if we have cash balance to do something with. But we know we've gotten some additional cash relief with what happened with carry home, some things like that that are kind of in interest rates.
Interest.
So that we know we've got some cash we're going to be sitting on from '23 that could take us into '24. But the question is, how much of that do we want to try to squirrel away in various other places, and how much do we feel comfortable with covering this with?
And that's what we're sleeping on.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what we're sleeping on.
Okay.
We didn't do public safety lit, but I'm assuming there's no opportunities there for us to move stuff from general fund to public safety lit at this time. I'm assuming that's,
No, there could be.
there could be,
Yes.
okay,
Mhm.
okay.
So we can look at that in the morning as well.
Right, so we could look at that as well. So we all okay with that? Knowing that that's what we're going to have to circle back to? So we'll pick up with Phase 2 in the morning and then move through the rest of the budgets, and then we'll come back to this to finish it up. Okay? All right. We are recessed until in the morning. Thank you all. 8:30 a.m.